We'll now call to order open session. We'll go to item 7A, report out from closed session, please, Dr. McDuffie. Oh, sorry, roll call. Call to order. Roll call. Kristen, do the roll call. Sorry, roll call first.
Sorry.
Item.
Mr. Lara,
Here.
Ms. Cabral,
Here.
Mrs. Cordero,
Present.
Mr. Valencia,
Present.
Mr. Hollingshead.
Here.
Okay, report out of closed session. During closed session, the board discussed agenda item 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Kelsey Dugan versus Santa Maria Bonita School District et al. EEOC case number 4802023005229, Government Code Section 54956.1D1. The board, by a vote of 5-0, voting yes, ratified the settlement agreement in the matter of Kelsey Dugan versus Santa Maria Bonita School District et al. EEOC case number 4802023005229. Said agreement is for the dismissal of the EEOC charge, a release of all claims against the district, and the complainant's resignation as of March 31st, 2023, in exchange for payment of $25,000 as taxable non-STRS compensation, and a release of all claims against the complainant. That is all I have.
Thank you, Dr. McDuffie. We'll move on to our the introduction of our interpreters. Tonight's interpreter is Cesar Ruiz. Greeting and support is Maria Cortez and Aida Hernandez. Can we have somebody from Fessler to lead us in the pledge, please? Oh, sorry, is it Ariana? Sorry. No, then Fessler. Thank you, Fessler, for trying. I just talked to Mark side.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You ready? All right, welcome and happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Genevieve Beard. I'm the principal at Ariana's Junior High, but I'm not going to do the talking this evening. I'm going to turn that over to our amazing students behind us.
Today is Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. Buenas tardes. Hoy es abril 19 del año 2023. This is an SMBSD board meeting edition of our daily announcements. Esta es la edición de la reunión de la Junta SMBSD de nuestros anuncios matutinos diarios.
Thank you, SMBSD board members, Superintendent Dr. McDuffie, and audience members. We are honored to share with you our Ariana's Junior High announcements presented by our morning announcement crew.
Alondra Herrera,
Dewan Gupton,
Ali Ahmed. And Hilda Nepomuceno.
and Jay Scara. Every morning, our school day starts with a routine that includes our morning announcements read aloud from our school community, from our counselor's office. These are written by our school community and include the Pledge of Allegiance, the date, and important information for our AJH students to know. This special board meeting edition of our announcements is different. Our leadership classes have written some highlights, great things at AJH, for us to share with you. We want to extend a huge thank you to Miss Viola and our AJH leadership classes.
Gracias a los miembros de la Junta de SMBSD, al superintendente doctor Medufi, y a los miembros de la audiencia, nos sentimos honrados de compartir con ustedes nuestro anuncio de la escuela secundaria Arianes, presentado por nuestro equipo de anuncio matutino.
Alondra Herrera,
Dewan Gupton,
Ali Ahmed.
Jay Scara,
Y hoy Hilda Nepomuceno. Cada mañana nuestro día escolar comienza con una rutina que incluye nuestros anuncios matutinos leídos en voz alta para nuestra comunidad escolar desde la oficina de nuestro consejero. Estos están escritos por nuestra comunidad escolar e incluyen el juramento de estudiantes, juramento de lealtad, la fecha e información importante para que los estudiantes de Arianes sepan esta edición especial de la reunión de la Junta de nuestro anuncio. Es diferente nuestra clase de liderazgo han escrito algunos aspectos destacados. Grandes cosas en Arianes para que las compartamos con ustedes. Queremos extender un enorme agradecimiento a la señora Viola y a nuestra clase de liderazgo de Arianes.
Great Things About at Ariana's Junior High by Nevaeh Navarro. Food drive. November, AJH's leadership planned a food drive which collected over 1,100 cans. These cans went to people who needed them. Some of the locations were in Tangoan at the pantry, as well as other locations and families through the food bank. Clothing drive. AJH's leadership started a clothing drive in December to give to our community for those who needed it. We collected a total of 1,124 pieces of clothing from our entire school. Our SMBSD family outreach advocates helped to distribute the clothing and shoes to families in need.
Clubs at AJH, written by Nuria and Diana. AJH offers many clubs for everyone, such as K Club, Guitar Club, Lego Club, Anime Club, Pride Unity, Builders Club, Yearbook Club, and much more for kids to enjoy from. K Club helps students learn how to make and decorate cakes. It is held after school. Guitar Club helps students learn how to play a guitar during lunch hours. In Lego Lunch Club, we build cool things using Legos, also held in lunch. Anime Club, which is known as Animation Club. We create and learn about anime. Pride Unity is a club to support all of our fellow LGBTQ plus friends in LGBTQ plus community. Builders Club is an important club for school. They plan events for school and do many fundraisers. Yearbook Club takes pictures for the yearbook and are in charge of making it. We also can create new clubs by talking to a teacher who will be responsible for this club. AJ8 Sports Team, written by Jaime and Samantha. Here at AJH, there are many sports teams as well, like basketball, soccer, volleyball, track, and cheer. These sports events include a game at other schools. To be able to attend the game, you must pay to get in. If you are a student with your ID, the entrance fee is less money. Teachers, staff, and even the principal go to the game to watch wonderful students play. You can go watch these games to entertain yourself. We have played against local teams around the Santa Maria community. Each team has practice after school or during lunch, in the gym on away games. The coaches here at AJH have held these teams to many wins and hope to do the same in the future. Through sports, students can become more outgoing and be more social.
AJ Sports, made by Serena and Esmeralda. AJ Sports in basketball, Maya Torres made some 3-pointers versus Orchid and made 2 shots in 2 seconds. Winning against Mackenzie, Brianna Ochoa made 3 3-pointers in a goal for the 8th grade team. Serena Anderson had a winning shot against Vandenberg for the 7th grade basketball team. Omar Martinez made 3-pointers and 1 layup for the 7th grade AJH basketball team. June Ocampo made 2 3-pointers against TK Junior High. In soccer, during the first game of the season, Brie Valenzuela scored 1 goal. Ginny Ponchoa scored 2 goals, and Camila Moreno scored 1 goal against Mackenzie, winning 4-0.
Great news from AJH Leadership Sports at AJH by Andrea Gonzalez. Here at Ariana's Junior High, we give kids an opportunity to try new things. For students who would like to be in a sport, it gives them an opportunity to do something they enjoy doing or are interested in. The sports we offer are volleyball, basketball, cheer, and track, as well as soccer. To be able to attend and keep going to games here at AJH, we do grade checks to see who is or who isn't doing well in their academic grades. It could affect you from playing or participating in the sport you are in. This goes for all the sports. There's always buses to take students home, but parents are welcome to pick them up. Volleyball season came first. They went out and did their best work. The Ariana's Junior High Hawks volleyball team played against other schools from the Santa Maria area. So do other teams here at AJH. One sport that we're going to give a shout out to is cheer. Cheer is like any other sport and also has the same expectations with grades and participation. For cheer, all you need is your best effort. Cheer at AJH was only there for 1 season. They cheered for only 1 sport, which was basketball. They went to only home games at the school and cheered our Hawks on. All they wanted is for our Hawks to have an opportunity to have fun and enjoy what they were doing. This is great news from Ariana's Junior High about some of our sports.
Fall Fun Day by Sam and David. Fall Fun Day was organized by our Builders Club at AGH on November 9, 2022, as a rewards day for students at AGH. Builders Club put out all the tables and for the games and food stands. In order to play the games or get some food, people running the stand would you would have to give the person who was running the stand a certain amount of tickets. Each stand had a certain amount of tickets. Each students were having tons of fun. In the end, the tickets for each booth were counted. Builders Club helped many clubs raise money, and students were able to have so much fun. And the clubs were able to make money for their projects.
Winter Wonderland School Dance by Valeria and Ginny. In December 2022, the students from AJH leadership class planned a Winter Wonderland School Dance. This dance took the class 7 weeks of planning. The dance included a DJ, decorations, food, and of course, dancing. Planning the dance was expensive and a little stressful, but it was for sure worth it. The first period leadership class made a lot of snowflakes out of paper bags. We bought our decoration at the end of October. Some of our items didn't come until a couple days before the dance. We were so thankful for the item coming in on time. Everyone in the leadership classes put in a lot of time and effort into this project. The decorations committee did the most effort. The people on the committee were Valeria, Nuria, David, Ace, Denise, Anai, and Diana. During the setup of the dance, we had some complications. Beside the leadership classes having a few complications, it brought a lot of people together, and it's something I think our leadership class should plan, since it was one of the most favorite events that happened this school year.
Leadership, Smiley Bags by Denise Bautista and Anna Nunez. The leadership class is working on a project called Smiley Bags. They have decided on items they want to add to their Smiley Bags. The Smiley Bags are dedicated for homeless people. The Smiley Bags will include small packages of food, a blanket, water, pair of socks, rain poncho, wipes, and more.
Great things happening at Ariana's Junior High, made by Jessica and Brianna. Field trip to UCSB for leadership class. Miss Viola, teacher for 7th and 8th grade, leadership and family consumer science, is planning a field trip for her leadership class. After her 8th grade students made a suggestion to go somewhere, Miss Viola talked about a field trip to Miss Brown, principal, and she suggested either Cal Poly or UCSB. The students chose UCSB with the help of Miss Viola and Miss Beard. The Ariana's Junior High leadership class will go on a field trip to University of California at Santa Barbara on Friday, May 26, 2023.
AJH AJH board meeting announcements. This week, our 7th grade students will be able to submit a choice for their year-long elective class for next year. Our teachers and dean put together this video for students to learn a little bit more about their choices.
Esta semana nuestros estudiantes de 7 grado podrían enviar una opción para su clase electiva de un año para el próximo año. Nuestro maestro y decano armaron este video para que los estudiantes aprendan un poco más sobre sus opciones.
In 7th grade and set out to discover year-long electives. A world of adventure awaits. Spring. Electives coming soon to a school near you.
AJH board meeting announcements made by Ms. Brown. In addition to the special events that we highlight in our announcements, we also share with students that we need to know, including daily info about clubs, tutoring after school, as well as upcoming events and rule matrix reminders. We close our announcements every day with our school motto. Last year, we only shared English and Spanish. This year, it has expanded to 4 languages, including Arabic, and recently mystical, reading our school motto in the 4 languages that you can hear on our school campus is a product of our morning announcements crew.
Además de los eventos especiales que destacamos en nuestro anuncio, también compartimos con los estudiantes lo que necesitamos saber, incluida información diaria sobre clubes, tutoría, actividades extracurriculares, así como próximos eventos y recordatorios de reglas matrices. Cerramos nuestros anuncios todos los días con el lema de nuestro colegio. El año pasado solo compartimos en inglés y español. Este año se ha expandido a 4 idiomas, incluidos árabe y más recientemente mixteco. Leer el lema de nuestra escuela es los 4 idiomas que puede escuchar en el campus de nuestra escuela fue producto de nuestro equipo de anuncios matutinos.
And our motto here at AJH is AJH promotes, encourages, and empowers students to be ready to learn, ready to be challenged, ready to succeed, and ready to soar.
AJH promueve la forma de empoderar a los estudiantes para ser listos para aprender, listo para ser desafiado, listo para tener éxito y listo para volar.
تشجع AJH الطلاب وستشجعهم وتمكنهم من استعداد تعلم على استعداد تحدي على استعداد نجاح على استعداد ارتفاع.
La escuela secundaria Ariana Skuna Chinje Tata Shendana Valley Conduina Sequana Conduina Yana Nyanka Conduina Canavana Conduina Pistana.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. That is all for our special edition of our board announcements. Have a wonderful Wednesday, and we'll see you out there. So we can walk out. Okay, go first.
You want to go? Yeah. Mr. Valencia.
Students, I want to, if I don't have the pleasure of knowing you, my name is Ricardo Valencia, and in addition to being a school board member, I also have the pleasure of being a teacher at Santa Maria High School. And so I want to touch on some of the things that you all did that I'm really happy to see that you all are doing now, because we want you to continue that when we have the pleasure of seeing you at Santa Maria High School, PV, Rigetti, or any other school that you go to. A couple of things that I noticed, you all have things like you all are normalizing multiple languages in our schools, and that's such a valuable asset that you all are doing, because unfortunately, schools in a long time, some schools in our country actually limited language use. They wanted our students to only learn English. But what we have found is that actually limits our students' intelligences and their thinking and your ability to like know the world. So the fact that you all are modeling that for us right now is something that's very special. So thank you for that. I also wanted to acknowledge that you all are doing really cool clubs. So thank you for participating in that. Things like Cake Club, things like Lego Club. I'm still learning how to cook right now as an adult. So I wish that I had those clubs when I was in school. So please take advantage of those if you're not. And I love the fact that you all are doing things beyond sports, because some students will say, hey, well, I'm interested in chess, or I'm interested in robotics. So the fact that you all are creating those opportunities, I think is really important. I'm personally a big sports fan myself, but I love the fact that you can do things for those that are not necessarily interested in sports. I love seeing the fact that you all have a pride and unity club. You know, so many of our students experience bullying. We had students from El Camino Junior High present to us about a year ago, and they told us that many of their students that are LGBT or perceived as LGBT were experienced bullying. So we want to be very mindful of that, and we're so happy to see that you all are supporting those students so that we can provide an accepting environment for all humanity. I also wanted to say, I noticed that in the descriptions that we charge fees. Is that correct, to attend some sports events? Is that accurate? So at the high school district, something that I would love to see changed, maybe with your help, is instead of having like low fees, we should like take away the fees, so that way that's not a barrier of entry for some of our students to be able to have access to some of the events. So maybe that's a conversation that we as a board can possibly have, but we're going to need your help, to make that happen. In addition, I saw you all talk about cheer as a sport. I'm really happy to see that, because so oftentimes cheer doesn't get the respect that it deserves, right? I personally have cheerleaders in my classroom, and they're out there working just as hard as our baseball players, our volleyball players, our soccer players. So much props to you all for acknowledging that. I love your emphasis on helping the homeless. You all are doing things that even us as adults sometimes aren't doing. So again, you all are modeling really, really awesome behavior. So thank you for that. I love seeing the trip to UCSB. I like how they gave you all the choice, right? You all determined, it sounded like, whether you go to UCSB or another university. Oftentimes we don't give you all the choices, right? As many choices as you should have. So thank you, educators and staff for doing that for our students. In terms of your electives, that movie, I want to go to that movie. That was professional quality stuff right there. I have the pleasure of teaching an elective at Santa Maria High School. It's called Chicano Latino Studies. It's an ethnic studies course. And what's really important for you all to keep in mind is the better you all do in your classes now, the more elective choices you will get in middle school and in high school. So if you keep your grades up, you won't have to repeat a class, and that'll give you more options to take like really, really fun courses like the ones you all just described. So I could say so much more, but I really just want to thank you students for being here. I'm really inspired. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, I think we'll probably hear something about kindness from our student leaders. It's what we've been hearing a lot about. And you guys are really have kind of embedded kindness in what you've talked to us about tonight, about your interactions with one another in your community at Arianas, and how you're fostering relationships with the things that you talked about, and also outreach into the community outside of your school. And that's really important that you guys are partaking in that, and then sharing that with your other students in your morning announcements, so that they get to not only see you do it, but they're hearing about it. So you guys are setting a great example. So I appreciate you as well. So thank you for your inspiration. It was inspirational. Really appreciate it. So we'll move on to item 7D, and that would be our student leader advisory team reports. Bring it, guys.
Good evening, board members. My name is Adriana Ruiz. I am a 8th grade leadership Fessler junior high school student this year. This year at Fessler, there has been a noticeable difference in how much the students have come together. Everyone has really been able to rally around our sports teams, from volleyball to basketball to soccer, and to hopefully track. We have loved getting to watch each other do what we love. I really am proud of Fessler students this year. The leadership skills I have learned from leadership are how to communicate with people I don't know more easily and get more comfortable with not knowing so many people around me, as well as learning how to plan a proper and successful event to have our students come together and connect. The most important and valuable lessons I have learned from my leadership advisory group is how to project my voice more properly and speak more comfortably in front of a new crowd that I've never been spoken in front of. Exhibit A, meet here today. One of the parts of this leadership advisory group that I will take with me into high school and beyond is the memory of our field trip to the Museum of Tolerance. It was very impactful and an emotional event. It has showed me how easily propaganda can be to brainwash a whole society for the worse and not the better. I truly believe every student should visit if given the opportunity. I'm excited for other students to be given the opportunity to be in this leadership program because of the great impact it has left on me. This program has really made my junior high school experience memorable. I have met a lot of inspiring and courageous people, and I can't wait for other students to have the same opportunities. As much as I would love to go on and on about Fessler and our amazing things that we have accomplished in the past 2 years I have been a Fessler junior high student, I will leave other time for all of our other representatives to speak about the amazing things they have done at their school. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lucia Montalegre, and I'm from Arianas Elementary School. I've made so many great memories at Arianas, and I will surely miss it when I go off to junior high next year. But I hope to make an impact on it before I leave. In this program, some leadership skills I have developed are having a loud and strong voice. By having a strong voice, I can communicate clearly and firmly. I could use this skill in junior high by being able to stand up for others and teaching them how to stand up for themselves. I will use this skill in life by creating change because having a strong voice is a tool you can use to make a difference in the world. As part of the program, we went on a field trip to the Museum of Tolerance. Something I learned while I was visiting the Museum of Tolerance was how the Holocaust was a hard time to live in, and that many people showed kindness by letting Jews into their homes, taking a risk to try to save another person's life. In my eyes, this is true kindness. We got to listen to a survivor's story, and I found it to be an experience of a lifetime. To get to hear a first-person view of it was very eye-opening. This impacted me because it shows how we still need to show kindness even in hard times. The dictionary defines kindness as the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. At my school, I organized a kindness activity where kids wrote a kind act they did that week on a paper heart, and then we glued it to a tree that was hung up in the library. We called it the kindness tree. It was really fun to walk in the room and see all the kind actions written on the tree. It was a fun thing to do, and I think the kids enjoyed it. I appreciate being given the opportunity to be in this leadership program. I've learned so much, and I can't wait for other kids to get the same experience. We are the next generation of leaders, and your investment in this program is an investment in the future. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. I am Miranda Lopez. I'm from Oakley Elementary School. And one of my favorite thing about the campus is our big Oakley wall with the Oakley drawing. At our school, our motto is see it, believe it, achieve it. The motto helps us respect each other. At our last forum, we learned about future leaders of America. They talked about the summer leadership opportunity. I feel like it would be a great opportunity because it will help me be more outgoing and not to be nervous. And I really hope I can go. I want to learn more about community service. For my kindness project, we made a kindness tree for Monday where students
put up leaves with kind words. On Tuesday, we did a kindness poster, and on Wednesday, we did a kindness chain. On the last day, we made a video interviewing people on what kindness means to them. It made me feel happy, and I liked that people were being nice to one another. I appreciate being in this leadership program because it made me be more outgoing and helped me be less shy. It has also helped me to be a loudspeaker and made me more comfortable being in charge. I'm really happy I got this opportunity to be the leader for Oakley. Thank you for your time, Go Dolphins.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julia Arredondo, and I am from Miller Elementary. Miller Elementary is a place where we are committed to ignite a love of learning that empowers each other to affect positive change in the world. We are wild, free, and full of kindness, like our mascot, the Miller Mustang. At our last forum with student leadership, we talked about our public speaking skills and also to recognize a disorder that 75% of the human population have, glossophobia, or as you might call it, the fear of public speaking. Most people with this fear feel slight nervousness at the thought of speaking in general, while others feel full-on fear and panic, which could lead to panic attacks. You might not know this, but all sorts of people have this disorder. It doesn't matter what age you are, what religion you come from, or what you think otherwise. If you develop it, it'll stick to you like a tick. But a thing that can help you prepare for public speaking is by knowing these 3 steps: prepare, posture, and pander. To be prepared, you must know what you're talking about backwards and forwards, and also know exactly how you're going to execute it. Some key details to make sure that you captivate your audience are to have a hook intro, followed by supporting evidence that will help prove your intro claim. And finally, a conclusion to wrap everything up nice and smoothly. Another thing that helps is posture. You want to stand naturally, not be slumped over or have your arms in all different positions. Once you find what you're comfortable with, you'll feel a whole lot better and feel like you have more restraints on your confidence. And lastly, pander. You don't need to be all serious unless it's in a place to be serious, like a courtroom, for example. Let yourself shine through and maybe slip a joke or 2 in your words. It'll help your audience not get bored and lose interest as easily. Moving on to another part of our forum, we reflected on our trip to the Museum of Tolerance, where we learned about a sad part of history. We learned all sorts of things that day, but the things that stuck most to me were how Germans treated Jewish people. It's sad how they sent them to camps to be executed, how they hanged them for audiences to see, and how they didn't care what happened to their families. It really is sombersome. I'm walking away from this experience knowing not to make these mistakes. It's a powerful experience in my life, even if it is a sad one. And even through all that, people manage to survive by either being hidden away for all their lives or being resilient even when they were on the brink of death. I admire how comedy was used as a source to escape reality. I actually managed to meet with someone in real life who survived such a tragedy, Mr. David. I wish I could felt the pain that he went through so that he wouldn't have to suffer alone. Let's clear our minds, shall we? And head on over to my kindness campaign. I decided to group up student council members and have them cut out shapes in all sorts of colors for children first and up to design kind messages on them and hang them all around our school. We also had little sheets of paper that included kind things to do around your house or in public. Most kids enjoyed the campaign. I'm excited for our final project this Friday, where we will be able to summarize our experiences in this program over the past months. I know for a matter of fact that'll be amazing. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my school's principal, Miss Blackburn, for giving me the opportunity to join the student leadership group. It has been an honor to represent my school and the whole district. Thank you and have a great rest of your evening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Isabella Ibarra, and I am an 8th grade student attending Fessler Junior High School. One thing that I will remember the most about this school was being offered the chance to have sports provided to us students. Being able to create friendships within the Fessler cheer team has taught me that leadership can create such a huge impact within my peers. I'm so grateful that the school district approved school sports and functions to allow us to rebuild relationships with others post-pandemic. One leadership skill that I have obtained this school year is motivating others. I plan to use this leadership skill in high school by encouraging others to do their best in sports, school, and mostly their future. I will plan to demonstrate this skill as a member of the Pioneer Valley Panthers cheer squad. One thing I have learned from the student leader advisory team experience is that speaking about something you care about deeply can truly make a huge difference within people's hearts. I first figured this all out while I got the chance to hear Dr. McDuffie recite a speech that Martin Luther King Jr. first said on February 4th, 1968, called The Drum Major Instinct. Although Dr. McDuffie claimed he could not see us due to the fact he was not wearing his glasses, I know the smiles he put on our face were able to see from a mile away. I too want to make an impact in others' lives also like Dr. McDuffie. It has been an honor to not only be a part of this district for 9 years, but to also get the opportunity to become a student leader. I'm so excited for other students to be a part of this program because they'll receive a one-of-a-kind experience that could not be fulfilled any other way. Thank you to those who decided to create this program because I will certainly never forget about it. And last, a huge thank you to all the teachers from Fessler that came to support Adriana and I and Falcon Soar.
Could we just stop? Thank you, guys. That was all really well spoken. And the thing that I always come away with is that basically every meeting we have and then our leaders stand up, they say how difficult it is for them to speak in public and how shy they are. And every time, including you guys tonight, you just crush it. I mean, you just you walk out of here and we're all really impressed and have a heartfelt appreciation for what you've given us tonight and sharing your thoughts. And I appreciate hearing about the kindness going on in your campuses. I appreciate seeing you guys support one another up here and be respectful of one another. And really, you know, your last comment about your opportunity to be a leader is part of the equation. And a bigger part is what you guys are imparting to your other fellow students. You know, that the leadership is how you disseminate some of those things, spread some of those attributes that you're talking about getting now, right? You're out there helping them, encouraging them, and doing some of these things and instilling that same confidence you're getting from being part of the program. And I hope you're talking to your classmates that are at the next grade below you and encouraging them to participate or try to participate in the program as well, so that we can see more of this next year and the years to come. And I just want to say, go Mustangs and go Falcons. That's where my kids went. Ms.
I would
Cordero.
only add to that in addition to the confidence that you display, your ability to speak in front of quite a large group of people, the fact that you believe this is a powerful experience for you and that you hope others can experience as well is, to me, as a school board member, a true inspiration. This is the kind of thing when we see our students come before us, it inspires us to continue to do the work that we do, because we do want our students to have those kinds of experiences, not just a small number, but a larger number. And if you can spread the word, then these kinds of experiences can be created on every single school campus. And our students can gain the skillfulness and the confidence and the desire to be better and to help others be better. So congratulations on that, and keep up the really, really great work that you all are doing for yourself and for your classmates.
Students, you all are so inspirational that I took notes on what you all were saying, because I'm a learner too, just like you all. We never stop learning. I think that's something that you all are modeling for us. One of the things, the powerful things you all mentioned was propaganda. You all mentioned it. I mean, that's like a concept that most of us begin to process when we're in college, right? Or maybe in high school a little bit, but just the idea of brainwashing for the worse, right? So how can we inspire people to make sure that we're honoring each other's humanity, right? And seeing the other side of that is what you're describing, right? It can lead to genocide, right? Discrimination, which is the opposite of what we want. So thank you for that really important reminder. This board is meant to be a democracy, right? We're elected officials. That means you, the people, elect us, right, to represent you. And if we're not doing a good job of that, you have the power to replace us. I hope that one day you all will replace me as a board member, because I think you all definitely got what it takes. I also, I'm really pleased to hear that you all are taking these trips, to Los Angeles, to the Museum of Tolerance, for example. I love this community of Santa Maria, but I also love seeing the world. And so that's why I'm a big fan of encouraging all of our board and our staff to create those opportunities. It takes a lot of work to organize these trips. So thank you to all of our staff that have been a part of that, because, but you all are worth it. So I hope that we continue to invest in that. I heard one of you describing about standing up for yourself and then helping people stand up for themselves. I was really inspired by that quote, because I think that that's what real leadership is about. Helping other people find their voice when they're struggling to find it, and being able to speak up when that's not possible. I really appreciated Oakley's motto, I believe: see it, believe it, and achieve it. Did I get that correct? Yeah, that's an awesome motto. I'm gonna have to write that on my wall as an inspiration. So thank you for that. And I grew up right next to Oakley Park, so that has also a special place in my heart, Oakley School. I loved hearing that Future Leaders of America was brought to your campus to talk to you all about what they have to offer. I have some of those students in my classroom that are part of Future Leaders of America, and they're leaders from day one, the moment they step into our high school campuses. So if you all can take advantage of that as middle school students, that'll be even better. I also, I appreciate the lesson on public speaking. I'm going to take note of being prepared, thinking about my posture, and pander, I believe. Is that correct? So thank you for reminding us that even though these are kind of sometimes serious meetings, that we can also have a sense of humor as well. And I also wanted to mention that in closing, the importance of motivating others. I believe our last speaker, you mentioned that from Fessler, that you now see it as part of your responsibility to motivate others. I think that's so outstanding that you already see yourself as a motivator. And so our future looks bright, and I thank you so much for being here with us.
All right, public comment, item 8 here, open session, public comment. Do we have any comments on agendized items, Dr. McDuffie?
No, we don't.
Okay, we'll move on to 8B, comments on non-agendized items.
Yes, we have a agenda item, or I'm sorry, a public comment over the phone. Is that correct? Recorded from Kayla Ailman. There's no subject.
Hello and good evening, board and Dr. McDuffie. I'm Kayla Ailman, the Battles of 4th through 6th PE teacher of 320 students. Tonight, I would like to address the discussion of instructional minutes for physical education classes. A high-quality physical education teacher teaches physical literacy, which is when a student who has the knowledge, skills, and confidence to enjoy a life of healthful physical activity is successful. Next, the PE teacher considers subject standards to plan the unit of instruction. I manage my students' time by identifying the social, physical, and cognitive skills for movement success. In 15 minutes, I can include 2 to 3 movement opportunities, group reflection, and record 80% of my students' progress. In 35 minutes, I can provide 1 to 2 movement opportunities, 1 main focus and reflection question, and record half of my students' progress. If students need to produce a product like create a routine or record progress on a goal or compare results to a standard, then they need 10 to 15 minutes to accurately and with adequate learning support produce those responses. When learning new concepts, my students need time to process, ask questions, and may need additional emotional guidance. This is difficult to accomplish if given limited instruction time, like 20 minutes. Yes, students need an average of 100 minutes every 2 weeks, which can look like 20 minutes a day for 5 days. However, to be an effective physical educator and be capable of addressing, managing, and guiding self-responsible student behavior, more instruction time is needed and preferred, something like 30 to 15 minutes. In the future of planning, I implore you to have PE teachers at the discussion table when designing a schedule. Consider the teachers who are in the field and on the ground, doing the work with real current students, and ask their insight to appropriate lesson duration. Thank you for your time, and as always, I would love to have more conversation in the future. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Jacinta Velasco.
Some empty seats here, I think now. So I see some folks standing in the back. So if anybody's interested in.
Yeah, you can, if anyone's interested to have a seat, there's a few seats in the front that are available.
So aquí hay varios asientos también aquí enfrente para los que gusten. So pásenle para adelante para que no se queden parados. Si gustan.
Okay. Oh, un momento. Sí, it's okay. Oh.
Sorry.
This is Luz Enriquez, not Jacinta Velasco. So this is Luz Enriquez.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Luz Enríquez. Disculpen, estoy nerviosa. Mi nombre es Luz Enríquez. Soy expresidenta del Comité de Padres Migrantes y lo fui por 4 años. Como presidente, yo tenía que ir a juntas a Sacramento. Me sentía sumamente orgullosa cuando escuchaba a las personas del estado referirse al programa migrante de Santa María Bonita como una de las mejores regiones de California. Ahora, tristemente, pienso que dirían y pensarían lo contrario. En 14 meses, para darles una idea, hemos tenido 4 directores del programa migrante. Desde que la directora Chase salió del programa migrante hasta la llegada de la nueva directora Greg, 4 directores en 14 meses. Les da una idea de la gran inestabilidad, mala operación y la mala selección cuando emplean a directores para el programa migrante. Algunas personas solo son puestas a cargo sin saber sus cualidades. Con mucho respeto, por favor, les suplico, por el amor que la comunidad, por el amor de los padres migrantes, les pido que por favor se aseguren de que cuando empleen personas, sean personas capacitadas, personas que sepan de las regulaciones y que no sean personas que no sepan nada del programa migrante. Nosotros pensamos que la señora Greg no es la persona correcta para que lleve las riendas de este programa migrante. Ella no está capacitada en reglamentos del programa. Tampoco posee la sensibilidad cultural para establecer relaciones con nuestros padres migrantes. En estos últimos 4 años hemos tenido que lidiar con la pérdida de $1 millón, pérdida de materiales educativos, pérdida de materiales tecnológicos. En la actualidad, con la señora directora Greg, nos sentimos completamente sin esperanzas. Sentimos que está acabando con nuestro programa migrante. Un ejemplo de esto es el impacto negativo que ha caído directamente a los niños migrantes. Por ejemplo, estudiantes migrantes que fueron sacados de los salones y mandados a sus casas sin ninguna causa justificada. Cientos de padres de familias migrantes sin poder mandar a sus hijos a los programas diseñados para niños migrantes. Pérdida de servicios educacionales para niños migrantes. Padres sintiéndose que no son respetados por el personal del programa migrante, incluyendo la directora. Falta de respeto a los miembros de la mesa directiva. Directora dando información falsa a mesa directiva y a usted mismo, señor superintendente. Para esto tenemos pruebas de todo lo que estamos hablando. Falta de comunicación entre la directora de la mesa directiva y haciendo excepciones para admitir niños a programas que son hechos especialmente para niños del programa migrante. La directora no sabe manejar servicios que generan fondos para el programa migrante. El mal uso de fondos de la escuela de verano para el año escolar 22-23. Cambio de horarios a personal que no sirve para ayudar a familias migrantes. Y finalmente, nos sentimos inferiores, burlados por acciones de la señora Crack. Yo sé que voy a tomar más de su tiempo. Les agradezco mucho el que me escuchen y me gustaría presentarles a esta personita que está conmigo. Ven, Leila. Ella es una de las niñas que fue sacada del programa de verano. Es injusto que le nieguen a nuestros mismos niños del programa migrante una educación. Tengo 4 hijos. De los 4, todos participaron en el programa migrante. Tengo 3 graduados de la universidad. A mí me encantaría que niños del programa migrante en la actualidad tuvieran la misma oportunidad que tuvieron mis hijos. Yo creo que muchas personas aquí presentes en la mesa directiva saben de lo que estoy hablando. Por favor, yo sí les vengo a suplicar que nos ayuden a arreglar este problema. No es justo para nuestros niños. Y como ella, hay muchos niños. Nos sentimos pisoteados, humillados, discriminados. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué sacaron a nuestros niños del programa? ¿Solamente porque somos de color diferente? ¿O solamente porque no hablamos el idioma? ¿Porque son hijos de personas migrantes? ¿O porque trabajamos en el campo? No estamos orgullosos del programa ahora. Queremos un cambio. Les pido, por favor, escuchen nuestras súplicas. Háganlo por el programa. El programa les pertenece a ustedes también como distrito. Hemos venido batallando con esto desde hace 4 años. Desde que estuvo el señor Octiveros, pedimos cambios y lamentablemente hemos tenido más pérdidas que beneficios. Y las pérdidas lamentablemente son para la educación de nuestros hijos. Muchísimas gracias.
Good afternoon, members of the School District Board of Trustees. Good afternoon, Dr. McDuffie and everyone present. My name is Luz Enriquez, and I am the former 4-year president of the Migrant Parent Committee. As president, I had to go to meetings in Sacramento, And I was proud when I heard people from the state refer to the Santa Maria Bonita Migrant Program as one of the best regions in the entire state of California. Now, sadly, I think they would say otherwise. In 14 months, to give you an idea, we have had 4 migrant directors, from the time Director Chase left the migrant program to the arrival of new Director Grach. 4 directors in 14 months gives you an idea of the great instability, poor operation, and poor selection when hiring migrant program directors. Some people are just put in charge without knowing their qualifications. Please, I beg you, for the love that we have for this program, that is not only ours, but also yours. You have to make sure that this program is managed by capable people and not by people who know nothing about the regulations and are not sensitive to the needs of migrant children and families. We do not think that Ms. Grach is the right person to take the reins of this program. She is not trained in migrant program regulations, nor does she possess the cultural sensitivity to migrant families. In the last 4 years, we have had to deal with the loss of $1 million, loss of educational materials, loss of technological materials, and even a committee member who was almost deported due to discrimination by the former director. At present, with Director Grach, we feel completely hopeless since the negative impact has fallen directly on migrant children. For example, migrant students taken out of classrooms and sent home without justifiable cause. Hundreds of parents of migrant families not being able to send their children to programs designed for migrant children. Loss of educational services for migrant children. Parents feeling disrespected by migrant program staff, including the director. Director disrespecting committee members. Director giving false information to the committee and to you, Superintendent. Miscommunication between director and board. Director making exceptions to admit children to programs not meant for migrant children. Director hindering communication between parents and migrant department. Director canceling meetings without any notice to migrant parents. Director who does not know how to manage services that generate funds for the migrant program. Dismissal of migrant helpers due to lack of funds and not notifying them at the appropriate time of their dismissal. Misuse of school funds during the summer school 22-23. Schedule changes to staff not serving to help migrant families. And finally, feeling inferior and mocked by Ms. Grach's actions. Taking your time is important. At this point, I am bringing this girl in front of me that was taken out of her classroom. It's unjust to take this out on them. I myself have 4 children, and I would love for others to have the same opportunity as I had with my 4 children. I came to supplicate to you for your help. We feel stepped on. Why is it that our children are being treated different? Why is it that they were taken out from the classroom? Why? Is it color? Is it due to their race? Is it because we're migrant people? Is it because we work in the fields? We are not proud of our migrant program now. 4 years I was in there and I was proud. We need a change, and we need a change now. We see more loss than benefits, and our children are the ones that are being affected.
Maria Avila.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Ávila. Tengo 6 hijos. Y yo fui, en el 2020, fui vicepresidenta del Comité de Padres Migrantes. Estoy aquí para dar un testimonio de algo muy personal en mi vida. No estoy aquí por un beneficio personal, sino para apoyar a los padres migrantes, como muchos padres están aquí apoyándonos. Y sobre todas las cosas, nuestros niños migrantes son lo más importante. Quiero que las familias migrantes se sientan confiados en el programa y sobre todo orgullosos y bendecidos con el beneficio que nos brinda el programa migrante. Tuve experiencias negativas en el transcurso de mi puesto como vicepresidenta. Estoy aquí porque ocurrió algo personal hace 3 años y medio. Estuve arreglando mi estatus migratorio y pedí en ese entonces a la directora del programa migrante, necesitaba una carta para hacerle saber que yo estaba participando como miembro o como de tener, disculpen, estoy nerviosa. Mi abogado me pidió un documento de verificación en la cual describiera mi buen carácter moral y sobre todo que estaba apoyando a mi comunidad y qué mejor que el programa Migrante, pensé, ¿verdad? Al cual pertenecía, ya que en años anteriores en el condado de San Luis Obispo también estuve en el programa Migrante y me dieron una carta. Esa verificación me fue dada. Entonces, yo pensé que la directora del programa aquí en la región 22 me la iba a dar. Pero no fue así. Le mandé un correo electrónico y tardó una semana en contestarme. Yo tuve que comunicarme con otra persona porque me urgía el documento y me lo negó y me sentí muy triste y muy decepcionada y discriminada. Me dijo que me fuera a una iglesia a pedirla. Eso me hizo sentir muy mal porque el proceso se iba a ser afectado, ya que había escrito una carta a inmigración contando que yo estaba como voluntaria en el programa Migrante. Yo le hice saber a la presidenta en ese entonces, la señora Luz, y ella me ayudó proporcionándome el número de teléfono de la directora del programa Migrante a nivel estado. Hablamos con la señora Celina Torres y le explicamos el problema y ella me escribió la carta. Eso fue uno de los momentos que me sentí muy, muy mal, muy discriminada por ser migrante. Todavía conservo ese correo electrónico si ustedes quieren verificarlo o necesitan pruebas. Con gusto les daré una copia. Ese incidente se lo compartí al señor Ontiveros en ese entonces, que era el superintendente, y a la señora Castillo, y no pasó nada. Sé que mis compañeras están aquí pasando por las mismas situaciones similares hace más de 3 años. Les suplico que no tomen mis palabras como una ofensa. Les suplico también que esto lo estamos haciendo por nuestros niños. Por favor, escúchenos. Hace 3 años le pedimos al señor Ontiveros que nos escuchara, y a la señora Cordero, y a la señora Valencia, y a la señora Dutra. Queremos a alguien en el programa que le apasione trabajar con los padres migrantes, trabajar con las familias migrantes, que ame a los niños y que tenga empatía por los demás, que trabaje de hombro a hombro con los padres que estamos representando a nuestros hijos y a los padres migrantes, y que escuchen las necesidades de los padres, que conozcan nuestra cultura, que sepan las regularizaciones del programa, para asegurarnos que ya no van a haber pérdidas innecesarias de dinero. Las necesidades académicas de nuestros hijos son muy importantes para nosotros los padres, y para ustedes me imagino que también. En el distrito escolar, el 94% de hispanos son hispanos, y con el 99% de padres migrantes. Pedimos que la persona que esté a cargo del programa entienda, con todo respeto, les agradecería que escucharan nuestra voz. Amamos nuestros hijos, amamos a los padres migrantes. Necesitamos que nos escuchen. Necesitamos que pongan atención a la persona que va a ser encargada del programa Migrante. Yo tengo 6 hijos. De los 6 hijos, todos mis hijos han estado en el programa Migrante desde pequeños. Tengo 2 hijos en colegio y los demás están en high school, en elemental y en junior high. Yo les pido, por favor, que nos escuchen y que no hagan oídos sordos, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Avila. I have 6 kids, and I was vice president of the Committee for Migrant Parents. It saddens me to come here to bear witness to something very personal in my life. but I don't want that happen to me to happen to other parents. We are not here for personal benefit, but for the benefit of migrant children and for our families to once again feel that they have a migrant program where they can feel proud. Something that I want to clarify is that we are not here to blame the loss of $1 million due to the negligence of the former director. She told us that she had ordered the deletion of the services that generate funds for the migrant program. The previous superintendent said that it was for the intercession classes and ignored us. We're here to prevent anything like this from happening in the future, but I think it's too late because it's already happening. I want to share my personal experience. 3.5 years ago, I was arranging the immigration status for myself and my family, and the Department of Homeland Security asked me for a verification letter saying that I was exemplary citizen. As vice president of the migrant program, I decided to request a letter from the director of the migrant program stating that I belonged to the committee and that time that I had been in the position. You know that we are in this position voluntarily. We do not get paid. We do not receive benefits, nor do they give us dinner every time we go to meetings. On many occasions, we leave the fields to attend meetings with an empty stomach. We are in this position because we really care about the education of our children. Sadly, the director told me no, to go to a church to ask for the letter. I guarantee that if any of you ask for a verification letter from the district, they will give it to you immediately and without questions. Without the letter, I cannot complete my paperwork to be legal in this country. You don't know what being undocumented is in the country, but it is something very difficult that many of us have to go through to give our children better lives. The lawyer told me that without the letter, I was at risk of being deported. I cried and cried a lot, and I didn't know what to do. Just thinking that they were going to separate me from my children was painful. Thank God that Mrs. Luce had the phone number of the director of the migrant program from Region 22 at the state level of California. We spoke with Mrs. Selena Torres and explained the problem to her, and she wrote me a letter. That was one of the moments that I felt discriminated against me for being a migrant. It was one of the saddest days of my life. So far, there has not been an apology or a sign of repentance from the district. Here, I am keeping the letter that the state gave me and also the copy of the email I received from the district saying that the letter I requested had been denied. I shared this incident with Mr. Superintendent Ontiveros and Mrs. Castillo, but nothing happened. It fell on deaf ears. Don't take my words as an offense. I am saying this for our children. I know that my colleagues are going through a similar situation with the new director. I implore you to please listen to us. If you had listened to us 3 years ago, we wouldn't be dealing with this right now. We requested this to Mr. Ontiveros, Ms. Cordero, Mr. Valencia, and Mrs. Dutra. We simply want someone who knows the regulations of the migrant program to make sure they don't cause unnecessary loss of money, and someone who understands our language and culture to understand the academic needs of our migrant children. Somebody who loves our children. It is impossible to think that in a district that is 94% Hispanic and with 99% migrant parents in the program, we cannot have a director who understands and speaks our culture. Their academic needs are important to us, as I imagine to you too. With all due respect, please, please listen to us. Pay attention to us. We need a change. I have 6 kids, and I don't want this to happen to anybody else in the future. I would respectfully appreciate it if you could please respond to my comments, and if you need details of the information provided, please let me know. Again, I have 6 children. Please don't be on deaf ears.
Guadalupe Chavez.
Muy buenas tardes, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es la señora Guadalupe Chávez. Soy un poquito callada y también, a ver si no me trabo. Muy buenas tardes. Nuevamente, mi nombre es Guadalupe Chávez. Yo soy el oficial de comunicaciones de Padres Migrantes. Revisando la página electrónica del distrito, estuve viendo los valores fundamentales del distrito escolar. Si saben ustedes los valores fundamentales por los cuales ustedes están aquí hoy, déjenme recordarles. El número 5 dice así: creemos que a todos los estudiantes se les tiene que dar la mejor educación posible Con todos estos problemas en el programa Migrante, ¿ustedes creen que el distrito escolar está cumpliendo con lo que se dice? Pasé al $1,000,000 y pérdida de materiales educativos que perdimos con la coordinadora Chase. Esta última administradora ha sido la peor de todas. El programa Migrante continúa perdiendo cientos y miles de dólares. Servicios son negados a nuestros niños migrantes. Comunicación entre la directora del programa Migrante y nosotros como mesa directiva casi no existe. Y lo poco que existe es basado en mentiras y nos sentimos discriminados. En el mes de junio del 2022, la mesa directiva recibió docenas de llamadas a nuestros padres migrantes explicándole a la mesa directiva del programa Migrante que hiciéramos algo que sus niños fueron admitidos a las clases de verano, ya que no estaban recibiendo más niños. La primera llamada la recibí el 13 de junio, que fue el primer día de la escuela de verano en la escuela Jiménez. ¿Hicieron algo al respecto? El tercer día, yo me tomé la libertad de ir a la escuela Jiménez para asesorarme. Le pregunté a la oficinista que si yo podría matricular a mis hijas y ella me dijo que los salones estaban llenos y por eso no estaban admitiendo más niños. Pues si esa era la razón, pues tenía razón de no admitirlos. El presidente del programa Migrante recibió como 30, 40 llamadas y yo recibí 50. ¿Quién tomó la decisión de sacar a esos niños? No de la escuela, pero de sacarlos de los salones. De clases de nuestros niños es un crimen. Si los salones estaban llenos, el distrito hubiera hecho algo para asegurarse de que sus niños hubieran tenido educación durante el verano. Una vez más, nuestros niños migrantes son discriminados al maestros de esas clases. De igual manera, mis vecinos tenían a sus niños en las clases de doble inversión y hubieron niños de clases de inversión doble que se matricularon después de que había empezado las clases de verano. ¿Por qué a ellos sí se les dio el trato diferente que a nuestros niños migrantes? ¿Cómo pueden llamar a esta acción ustedes? ¿Igualdad? No creo. Le preguntamos a la directora Laurie que quién había tomado la decisión y ella dijo que iba a investigar. 3 meses han pasado y todavía estamos esperando el resultado de la investigación. De acuerdo con las leyes federales del Acto de Educación para las escuelas elementarias y secundarias por sus siglas DESSA, dice que el propósito del programa Migrante es asegurarse que los niños migratorios reciban todas las oportunidades apropiadas para que alcancen los mismos retos que ofrecen los estándares académicos estatales que todos los niños se esperan que alcancen. Una vez más, el distrito no cumple con las leyes federales que tiene que cumplir. Es difícil de aceptar, pero es cierto, nuestros niños están siendo discriminados. El resultado de haber sacado a los niños fuera de sus clases y haberles negado a otros el acceso a oportunidades académicas ha tenido repercusiones desastrosas. Nuestros niños, ya que ellos se perdieron de recibir educación y esto resultó en pérdidas de fondos para el próximo año escolar. El programa Migrante recibirá 12% menos de dinero que el año pasado. Con mucho respeto les agradezco si por favor podrían responder a mis comentarios y si necesitan detalles de información proveída, por favor háganmelo saber. Muchas gracias por su atención y esperamos respuestas pronto.
Good afternoon. My name is Guadalupe Chavez. I'm shy. Sorry if I'm just translating. If I get stuck as I'm speaking at this moment. My name is Guadalupe Chavez, and I am the Communications Officer for the Migrant Parents Advisory Committee. In reviewing the district's website, I was looking at the core values of the school district. Do you know the core values of why you are here today? Let me remind you. Number 5 says, we believe that all students should be given the best education possible. With so many issues in the migrant program, do you think the school district is living up to what it states? Despite the $1 million in loss of educational materials we lost under Director Chase, the current administration has been the worst ever. The migrant program continues to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Services are denied to our migrant children. Communication between the director of the migrant program and us as a committee is non-existent. And what little exists is based on lies, and we feel discriminated against. In the month of June 2022, the committee received dozens of calls from our migrant parents begging the migrant program committee to do something to get their children admitted to the summer class since they were not receiving them anymore. The first call I received was on June 13th, which was the first day of summer school in Jimenez. The rest of the committee kept getting calls for almost 2 weeks for us to do something about it. On the third day, I took the liberty of going to Jimenez to verify. I asked the clerk if I could enroll my daughter, and she told me that the classrooms were already full, and that's why they were not admitting any more children. Well, if that was the reason, they were right to not admit them. The president of the migrant program received about 30 to 40 calls, and I received about 50 calls. Taking our children out, not from the school, but from the classrooms, is a crime. If the classrooms were full, the district would have done something to make sure those children would have had a proper education. I had my child in dual immersion classes, and I know the teachers in those classes. Likewise, my neighbors had their children in dual immersion classes, and there were children in dual immersion classes who enrolled after the summer classes had started. Why were they treated differently than our migrant children? What would you call this action? Equality? I don't think so. We asked Director Lori who had made this decision, and she said that she was going to investigate. 3 months have passed, and we are still waiting for the result of the investigation. According to the Federal Elementary and Secondary Education Act, also known as ESSA, the purpose of the migrant program is to ensure that migrant children receive all appropriate opportunities to meet the same challenging state academic standards that all children are expected to meet. Once again, the district is not complying with the federal laws that are required to comply with. It is hard to accept, but it is true that our children are being discriminated against. The result of taking children out of the classroom and denying others access to academic opportunities has had disastrous repercussions for our children as they missed out on receiving an education and resulted in lost funding for the next school year. The migrant program will receive 12% less money than last year. With much respect, I would appreciate it if you could please respond to my comments, and if you need details of the information provided, please let me know. And we expect your response soon.
Maria Martinez.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Martínez, soy la vicepresidente del programa Migrante. Como dijimos antes, los problemas dentro del programa Migrante se empeoran cada vez más. Bajo la administración de la directora Krat, se les niega la matrícula a los niños migrantes durante la escuela sabatina y el programa de día extendido. En la segunda semana de octubre del año pasado, una vez más, padres nos llamaron para decirnos que el programa Migrante ya no estaba matriculando niños para la escuela sabatina y el programa y este programa dura desde septiembre hasta noviembre. De igual manera, padres nos decían que ya tampoco estaban aceptando a niños que se matricularan en el programa de día extendido, cuando este programa que empezó a fines de septiembre y termina en la segunda semana de diciembre. ¿Quién está tomando estas decisiones sin informarse? ¿Quién está privando a nuestros niños migrantes de su derecho? A los padres migrantes se les dio la misma excusa que se le dio a la escuela de verano para no matricular a más niños del programa migrante. La excusa fue que ya no había espacios en los salones. Las leyes de ESSA dice que todos los niños migrantes no deben de ser penalizados de ninguna manera por la diferencia entre currículum, requisitos de graduación, difíciles estándares académicos y el tipo de vida migrante. Antes, los niños migrantes se matriculaban en el programa académico hasta una semana antes de terminar el programa, pero ahora no los admiten desde el primer día. El presidente del comité migrante, al ver que los padres les daba la misma excusa de no haber espacio en los salones para la matricular a los niños migrantes en la escuela sabatina, programa de día extendido, ella decidió pedir los números de asistencia del programa de verano, escuela sabatina y programa de día extendido. Ahí nos dimos cuenta que la excusa que los salones estaban llenos era una vil mentira, ya que había salones con 6, 9 y 15 niños en la escuela de verano, escuela sabatina y programa de día extendido. Entonces, ¿por qué no se les admitió a los niños en estos programas académicos del programa migrante si realmente sí había espacio? La directora Crack nos había mentido a la mesa directiva y a los padres y a nuestros niños. Ella privó de una educación que ellos se merecían. Cuando le preguntamos a la directora Crack que quién había tomado esas decisiones, en la junta que tuvimos con ella el 10 de febrero, ella dijo que iba a investigar. Lo hizo ver como que ella no sabía nada. En la última junta que tuvimos con el superintendente McDuffie, la señora Tammy Castillo y el señor Pantin, un padre de familia le dijo a la directora Crack que sus 3 niños fueron sacados de los salones durante la escuela de verano, pero que él había hablado con ella y que ella le había concedido una excepción para que los 3 niños regresaran a la escuela de verano. Eso nos hizo entender que ella estaba mintiendo y que ella fue quien tomó la decisión de sacar a los niños de los salones de clase y dejar que ningún niño se matriculara desde el primer día. Lo mismo pasó en la escuela sabatina y el programa de día extendido. A esto mencionado, le pido que por favor volteen a ver al programa migrante, hagan una investigación y nos den una respuesta. Gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Martinez, and I am the Vice President of the Migrant Parent Advisory Committee. As previously mentioned, the problems within the migrant program are getting worse and worse. Under Director Grack administration, migrant children are being denied enrollment during Saturday school and extended day programs. In the second week of October of last year, once again, parents called us to tell us that the migrant program is no longer enrolling children for Saturday school, and this is a program that lasts from September through November. Similarly, parents were telling us that they were also no longer accepting children who enrolled in the extended day program, when this is a program that started at the end of September and is due to the end of second week of December. Who is making these uninformed decisions? Who is depriving our migrant children of their right? Migrant parents were given the same excuse that was given during summer school for not enrolling migrant children in these programs, that there was no more room in the classrooms. ESAA laws says that all migrant children should not be penalized in any way because of the difference between their curriculum, graduation requirements, difficult academic standards, and the migrant lifestyle. Previously, migrant children were enrolled in academic programs up to a week before the program ended, but now they're not admitted from day one. Seeing that the parents were given the same excuse of no space in the classrooms to not enroll the migrant children in the Saturday school and extended day programs, the president of the Migrant Committee decided to ask for attendance numbers of the summer program, Saturday school, and the extended day program. And there we realized that the excuse that the classrooms were full was a vile lie. Since there were classrooms with 6, 9, and 15 children in the summer school, Saturday school, and extended day programs. So why weren't the children admitted to these academic programs in the migrant program if there really was room? Director Grock had lied to the committee, to the parents, and to our children. She deprived them of an education they deserved. We had a meeting on February 10th with Director Grock, and when we asked who had made these decisions, she said she was going to investigate. She made it sound like she didn't know anything. At the last meeting we had with Superintendent McDuffie, Ms. Tammy Castillo, and Mr. Pantin, a parent told Director Grock that his 3 children were removed from their classrooms during summer school, but that he had talked to her and she had granted him an exception to have his 3 children return to summer school. That made us understand that she was lying to us, and it was she who made the decision to take the children out of the classrooms and not let any children enroll from the first day. The same thing happened with Saturday school and the extended day program. With the aforementioned, please investigate and give us a response.
Jacinta Velasco.
Muy buenas tardes a todos, mesa directiva, y a todos los padres migrantes, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jacinta Velasco, soy la presidente de la mesa directiva de padres migrantes. Desafortunadamente, todo lo que nos han dicho la directora Grack ha sido una mentira. Ella fue la que tomó la decisión de sacar los niños fuera del salón de clases y que dio la orden que ya no se matricularan niños después del primer día de escuela de verano. Esta acción redujo fondos al 12% menos para el próximo año escolar. La acción de sacar a los niños y no matricular más le costó al programa migrante 363,481. Yo le enseñé a la señora Grack la fórmula que usa el Estado para dar fondos a las regiones y distritos que muestra que el 25% de los fondos migrantes vienen de la escuela de verano. Y ella me dijo enfrente del señor McDuffie que ese no era la fórmula válida, que el Estado no usa fórmulas para dar los fondos. El señor Pantin dijo que todavía se usaba la fórmula y le explicó al señor McDuffie cómo funciona. Esto era lo que nosotros queríamos prevenir hace 3 años, que no se perdiera más dinero. Mi mesa directiva y yo somos de origen indígena y muy orgullosas de serlo. Pero personas como la directora Grack nos hace sentir inferior y discriminados. Muchas veces he ido a la oficina migrante y ella ha pasado por mi lado y ni me da una mirada o un saludo. Yo, como le he dicho a ella, soy invisible o me hace sentir así de invisible. Durante una de las juntas que tuvimos con el señor McDuffie, la directora Grack nos levantó la voz y no nos dejaba hablar. El señor McDuffie tuvo que decirle que se calmara y nos dejara hablar, ya que ella iba a tener el turno de hablar y nosotros escuchar. La vicepresidenta también se siente discriminada por la directora Grack. La directora aceptó y se disculpó conmigo por sus acciones, pero días después lo volvió a hacer otra vez, y no solo a mí, pero a toda la mesa directiva. Luego lo volvió a hacer otra vez durante otra junta, donde nos levantó la voz otra vez, pero cuando llegó el señor McDuffie, bajó su voz y pretendió que todo estaba bien. En estos incidentes, el señor Pantin ha estado presente, la señora Castillo y el señor McDuffie. Recientemente nos dimos cuenta que la directora Grack les cambió el horario a los reclutadores para que salieran más tempranos. Esta decisión va a impactar el reclutamiento, ya que padres que trabajamos tarde no vamos a poder recalificar al programa. porque no vamos a poder contestar los teléfonos. Este horario se puso hasta las 8 para que los reclutadores pudieran contactar a las familias que salen tarde de trabajar. El reclutamiento genera el 55% de los fondos para los niños migrantes. Si los números de niños migrantes bajan, es porque la directora Grack ordenó que se le cambiara el horario a los reclutadores. La directora Grack dijo que se les cambió el horario porque los reclutadores se lo pidieron y que ellos estaban buscando otro trabajo. Porque el horario no les gustaba. La directora otra vez está arriesgando los fondos de los niños y familias migrantes por satisfacer las necesidades de los empleados. La aplicación regional dice que la escuela de verano para el año 22-23 se va a hacer en el mes de junio y que 805,513 han sido reservados para estas clases, pero la directora Grad cambió la fecha de la escuela de verano para julio 10 y ahora con fondos del 23-24. Tendrán que ser usados. Ahora, ¿qué va a pasar con estos 805,513? ¿Se van a tener que regresar al Estado o se van a tener que gastar rápido en cosas innecesarias? Las pérdidas ahora son más de $2 millones. Representantes del Departamento de Educación estarán aquí la próxima semana para hablar de todas estas anomalías. En las juntas que tuvimos con el señor Luke y con el señor McDuffie, expresamos la necesidad de un coordinador que se encargue solo del programa migrante y que sepa las necesidades de la comunidad migrante y que sepa las regulaciones del programa migrante y que hable nuestro lenguaje. El 94% de los estudiantes en el distrito son hispanos y casi el 100% de los estudiantes migrantes elegibles son hispanos. Creemos que sería muy buena idea tener un coordinador migrante que hable nuestra lengua y conozca las regulaciones del programa, ¿no creen? El señor McDuffie dice que él va a investigar y ver qué puede hacer. Nosotros, enfrente del señor McDuffie, le preguntamos a la directora Grack si ya se había empleado un coordinador y ella nos aseguró que ningún coordinador se ha empleado. El señor McDuffie nos dio su palabra que ni un coordinador del programa migrante se ha empleado. ¿Qué explicación nos pueden dar cuando hay una placa que dice Sharon Ibarra, coordinadora de programas suplementales en la oficina a la par de la directora Grack? Ese coordinador ya se empleó y la directora Grack nos mintió a nosotros y al superintendente también. Tengo mucho más que decir, pero ya no hay tiempo. Por favor, me gustaría que me respondieran a mis comentarios y por favor comuníquense con nosotros. Somos personas honradas, honestas y sinceras. Muchísimas gracias.
And good afternoon. Hello to the board members and all migrant parents here present. My name is Jacinta Velasco, and I am the president of the Migrant Parent Advisory Committee. Unfortunately, everything Director Grack has told us has been a lie. She was the one who made the decision to pull children out of the classroom and who gave the order that children would no longer be enrolled after the first day of summer school. This action reduced funding to 12% for the next school year. The action to remove children and no longer enroll cost the migrant program $363,481. I showed Ms. Grock the formula that the state used to fund the regions and the districts that shows that 25% of the migrant funds come from summer school, and she told me in front of Mr. McDuffie that the formula was not valid. She said the state does not use that formula to give the funds. Mr. Pantine said that the formula was still used and explained to Mr. McDuffie how it worked. This is what we wanted to prevent 3 years ago, that no more money would be lost. As a committee, we are of indigenous origin and very proud to be so. But people like Director Grock make us feel inferior and discriminated against. Many times I have gone to the migrant office and she has passed by me and not even given me a look or a greeting. As I have told her, I am invisible, or that is at least how she makes me feel. During one of the meetings we had with Mr. McDuffie, the director raised her voice and would not let us speak. Mr. McDuffie had to tell her to calm down and to let us speak, that she was going to have to turn to speak and that we were going to have to listen afterwards. The vice president also felt discriminated against by Director Grock. The director agreed and apologized to me for her actions. But days later, she did it again. And not just to me, but to the entire committee. Then she did it again during another meeting where she raised her voice at us again. But when Mr. McDuffie arrived, she lowered her voice and pretended that everything was fine. In these incidents, Mr. Panting has been present, Ms. Castillo and Mr. McDuffie. We recently found out that Director Grock changed their schedule to allow recruiters to leave earlier. This decision will impact recruitment, as parents who work late will not be able to requalify for the program because we will not be able to answer our phones. This schedule was put in place until 8 p.m. so that recruiters could contact families who leave work late. Recruitment generates 55% of the funding for migrant children. If the numbers of migrant children are down, it is because Director Grock ordered the recruiters to change their schedule. Director Grock said that she changed their schedule because the recruiters asked her to, and that they were looking for another job because they did not like the schedule. The director is again risking the funds of migrant children and families to meet the needs of employees. The regional application says that summer school for the 22-23 year is going to be held in June, and that $805,513 has been set aside for these classes. But Director Grock changed the summer school dates to July 10, and now funds from the 23-24 will have to be used. Now, what is going to happen to the $805,513? It is either going to have to be returned to the state, or is it going to have to be spent quickly on unnecessary things? The loss now is over $2 million. Representatives from the Department of Education will be here next week to talk about all these anomalies. In the meetings we had with Mr. Luke and Mr. McDuffie, we expressed the need for a coordinator who is in charge of the migrant program only and who knows the needs, who is in charge of the migrant program only and who knows the needs of the migrant community and knows the regulations of the migrant program and speaks our language. 94% of the students in the district are Hispanic, and almost 100% of the eligible migrant students are Hispanic. I think it would be a very good idea. I believe it would be a great idea to have a migrant coordinator who speaks our language and knows the regulations of the program. Don't you think? Mr. McDuffie says he will investigate and see what he can do. We asked Director Grock in front of Mr. McDuffie if she had already hired the coordinator, and they assured us that no coordinator has been hired. Mr. McDuffie gave us his word that no migrant program coordinator has been hired. What explanation can they give us when there is a plaque that says Sharon Ibarra, Supplemental Programs Coordinator, in the office next to Director Grock? The coordinator has already been employed, and Director Grock lied to us and to the superintendent as well. I have so much more to say, but there is no more time. Please, I would like you to respond to my comments, and please communicate with us. We are honest, truthful, and sincere people. Thank you very much.
Jean Blackwell?
Perdón, voy a pedir prestado su micrófono. Padres, les agradezco. Yo creo que ya nos tenemos que ir y muchas gracias. Esto es todo para los padres migrantes. Gracias.
Migrant parents, thank you very much. That's it. We can head out.
board members. My name is Gene Blackwell, and I'm currently the CSEA first vice president and probably the worst public speaker up here tonight. I'm here tonight to talk about human resource because I know there's a lot of discussion going on about the department. But first, I want to welcome Mr. Bland to Santa Maria Bonita, and I'm looking forward to be working with you. I'd also want to thank Dr. Canduffy for bringing Dr. Cameron and Dr. Grady in as interim until the district found our new assistant superintendent of human resources. But the reason why I'm here tonight is because I wanted to praise our classified HR staff who worked with very little or to no leadership for about 3 years until the 2 interims were brought in. These ladies banded together to truly form a team. And as a CSEA leader, I love the support they gave each other. They helped and trained each other when duty assignments changed or new hires came on. If they saw their coworker struggling in their new assignment or their new position, they jumped in to help. They helped each other problem solve and to find answer to those tricky questions when asked. They helped each other to do research when there was questions on law change, procedure change, or even policy change. They fought hard to stick to policies, even when outsiders from other departments try to influence changes. These ladies know the importance of what they do in HR, and they do everything they can to ensure that they provide our district with the best possible HR practices that they can. The last 3 years have been tough for these ladies, and I thank the HR staff for keeping things going and not giving up. I want to add to my speech here is this is for some reason I end up in HR a lot. And this is from my observation. It wasn't Melissa holding a gun to my head. Matter of fact, Melissa Gutierrez is, as you know, is the president. And she didn't even know I was going to speak about the girls in the department until a few days ago. And I just wanted to give her a heads up, kind of scare her a little bit. But these women, when I go up there and I see what they were doing, was really impressive. And I really would love to see that throughout the district with all our classified staff work together as a team. When there's problems, solve them together, really work together and help each other out. You've really got a good group of people up there. So I hope things go great. So thank you.
Thank you, Gene. I just want to express our appreciation for the parents from the Migrant program sharing their experiences and their thoughts and frustrations tonight. And as board president, we'll direct the administration to respond to their concerns in writing. We'll move on to approval of the agenda as presented, item 9.
I'll move to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Cordero, seconded by Mr. Lara, that the agenda be approved and presented. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead.
Aye. And we'll move on to consent agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented. And I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Cordero and seconded by Ms. Corral that the consent agenda be accepted as presented. Roll call again.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead.
Aye. Move on to item 11A, Resolution 2217, National Speech Pathologist Day. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you, President Hollingshead. The Santa Maria Bonita School District speech language pathologists work with students, teachers, administrators, and families to promote the development of effective communication skills that will support our students in becoming successful citizens. This year, National Speech Pathologist Day is celebrated on May 18th, 2023. District speech pathologists work with and identify students at risk for developing a variety of communication disorders that include articulation, I need one right now, phonological sound disorders, receptive and expressive language disorders, stuttering disorders, social pragmatic language disorders, and disabilities that adversely affect speech and language development. Speech pathologists serve a range of disorders across all grade levels while providing culturally competent services, ensuring educational relevance, and highlighting language and literacy. Speech pathologists collaborate with teachers and families to help students generalize skill development within the classrooms and home environments. Therefore, our schools and community are encouraged to join the district speech language pathologists in raising awareness about communication disorders and those who provide the treatment to ensure effective communication is accessible and achievable for all. The attached resolution proclaiming May 18th, 2023 as National Speech Pathologist Day in the Santa Maria Bonita School District is presented for your review and approval.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2017 School Pathologist Day as presented.
And I'll second.
Been moved by Mr. Valencia and seconded by Ms. Cordero that the board adopt Resolution 2217 School Pathologist Day as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollenshead.
Aye too.
And I request a break.
You know what? Let's do that. Well, if you guys don't mind, we'll take a small recess here and reconvene in 10. Thank you for reminding me, Ms. Cabral. Mr. Valencia, thanks you. Thank you, Kevin. All right. Make a campfire. I don't think the campfire would go over well with Javier, though. All right, well, we're returning to live action. That is action items. We'll go to 11B, Resolution 2214, National School Nurse Day.
All right, National School Nurse Day. It was established in 1972 to foster a better understanding of the role of school nurses in the educational setting. It is a day when we come together as a nation to honor the field of school nursing and the daily efforts of school nurses to ensure all students' well-being, safety, and academic ability. The health of a student is inextricably linked to their ability to learn. Unaddressed health care needs make it difficult for children to participate in the learning system. And Santa Maria Bonita School District nurses help students succeed by providing health care to all students in the school context through examination, treatment, and follow-up. They help children with their physical, psychological, emotional, and social health requirements, as well as their academic success by assisting in building a healthy future for children. Santa Maria Bonita School District school nurses are vital in maintaining the health and hygiene of everyone on campuses and within the school district. The work of our school nurses is essential to keeping both staff and students healthy. They provide the support, guidance, and expertise necessary for our well-being. Our schools and community are encouraged to recognize school nurses in celebration of this important day. The attached resolution proclaiming May 10th, 2023 as National School Nurse Day in the Santa Maria Bonita School District is presented for the board's review and approval.
I recommend that the Board of
Ms. Corporal, prior to making the motion, would you mind if I make a comment? I just wanted to mention that in light of the pandemic and just how challenging of an environment it's been for our nurses in particular. These are the folks, right, frontline folks that are doing testing for staff. You know, I experienced that as a staff member at Santa Maria High School. Constantly testing, constantly looking out for the welfare of our students and of our staff. I saw the workload that they took on, and it, was extremely challenging. And so many of our nurses rose to the challenge. So, in light of that, I just want to give some, really special recognition to our nurses and thank them for their, their efforts and keeping us safe. Literally, right, so that our young people can return to the classroom, so that staff, can know if they're sick or not, so that we know if we should stay home or return to our work. So I just wanted to say, thank you once again to our nurses.
And thank you for that. Just really quickly, know that we will be recognizing the resolutions are this month for next month in May, and we are going to be recognizing these groups in May as well.
Wonderful. The Board of Education adopts Resolution 2214, National School Nurse Day, as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corral and seconded by Mr. Lara that the board adopt Resolution 2214, National School Nurse Day as presented. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshead.
Aye. Move on to item 11C, Resolution 22-16, Classified School Employee Appreciation Week. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you. Each May, California salutes the important contributions of classified school employees during Classified School Employee Week. This year, the celebration theme is Classified Professionals, Indispensable, Inspiring, and Invincible.
Hey. Yeah.
Classified employees have earned respect as educators and partners in the education community. More importantly, they have become recognized as the essential frontline workers who keep our schools up and running while making a difference in the lives of students they serve. This time is dedicated to applauding SMBSD classified staff members who work hard and care about students, regardless of the praise or recognition they receive. They are the people who work every day to improve the lives of the Santa Maria Bonita School District students. Since 1986, California has taken the third week in May to honor the invaluable contributions of classified school employees. CSEA members are the classified employees that make our schools and our district run smoothly. They dedicate themselves to their jobs, and they work and make the dream of education and all the hopes that comes with it a reality for our students. The district understands the valuable impact that classified employees have on our students, families, and the district as a whole. Classified employees are a valuable asset and should be praised for the excellent work they engage in on a daily basis. Classified School Employees Appreciation Week began as a resolution at CSEA's annual conference in 1984. 2 years later, it was adopted as California Senate Bill 1552 and decreed to be an official recognition of classified school employees. CSEA members traditionally celebrate the week with picnics, barbecues, and other social events. Santa Maria's CSEA Chapter 129 will hold its 2023 Strawberry Social Recognition event on Saturday, May 27, 2023. You don't want to miss it. To commemorate Classified School Employees Appreciation Week, the Board of Education is asked to review and consider for adoption the attached resolution.
It's the 27th, Memorial Weekend.
Do we know the time on that yet? Or is it still to be determined?
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2216, Classified School Employee Appreciation Week.
And I'll
as
second.
presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Cordero, seconded by Mr. Lara, that the board adopt resolution 22-16 Classified School Employee Appreciation Week as presented.
Mr. Holland said, prior to moving on, can I just make a quick comment regarding this resolution for classified?
You're out of order now. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Linda beat me to it in terms of being able to, when I was a junior high school student at El Camino, there was a janitor by the name of people would call him Louis. This gentleman, as a part of our custodial staff, he noticed that I was running on the track team at the time. I was a 7th and 8th grader. And he invested his own resources in me as a runner. He would actually take me to cross-country races, 5Ks. And that really helped me to develop my confidence and develop my athletic capabilities. And so it's just a great reminder of how many of our classified go above and beyond, believe in our young people. And I have just a tremendous amount of respect for our classified staff. As a teacher, I know that sometimes we get kind of spoiled with some of the attention that we get visibly sometimes. There's Dia del Maestro, for example, right? And we're going to be honoring that as well. But I do want to also provide that recognition to our classified staff for their efforts in running our schools. We cannot run a school without them. And if you've ever been in a classroom that hasn't had the opportunity to have custodial staff for a day or two, you feel it right away. Our students feel it right away. I know I do. So I really want to appreciate our folks for doing the things that they do for our students. And I did notice at one of our school sites, some students held an appreciation kind of like snack event for our custodial staff. And I thought that was really, really special because they're also a part of our classified staff that often go unnoticed or unrecognized. It's really critical that our young people see these people, honor their labor so that they think twice before leaving trash, on the ground.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for those thoughts. Yeah, that my kids have experienced a number of different staff who have coached and done things outside of their duties. And certainly that's to be noticed, appreciated, and seen, like you said. So I'll take a roll call.
Mr. Lara, Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Holland said.
Aye. There you go. Move on to item 11D, resolution 22-15, Day of the Teacher.
Thank you very much. Schools and districts across California will celebrate California's Day of the Teacher on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. Each May, we recognize the vital contributions of California teachers, school nurses, and education support professionals. Teachers in the Santa Maria Bonita School District make a positive difference every day in the lives of the children we serve. In recognition of California's 2023 Day of the Teacher, SMBSD honors the teachers who are educating children every day through a variety of instructional methods. California Teachers Association and the Association of Mexican American Educators, AMAE, sponsored the bill first proclaiming Day of the Teacher. It was written by Senator Joseph Montoya and signed into law in 1982. California's celebration is patterned after El Dia del Maestro on May, I'm sorry, I'm skipping a whole paragraph there. Celebrations in Mexico and Latin American countries. Sorry about that. On May 10th, California's Day of the Teacher, let us take this time to show our appreciation and gratitude for the professionalism, dedication, and exceptional commitment provided to students by SMBSD educators. The attached resolution proclaiming Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 as Day of the Teacher in the Santa Maria Bonita School District is presented for your review and approval.
Have any discussion? If not, I know there's an annual list that everybody looks forward to. And usually it goes something like, all the teachers my children had here in our district. I thought I'd make a little change in that, and I'm going to recite the teachers that I had throughout elementary, junior high, and high school. That would be Mrs. Anderson, Mrs. Morningstar, Mrs. Sears, Mrs. Roberson, Mrs. Hardy, Mr. Kennedy, Mrs. Justice, Mrs. Schwint, Mrs. Van Alstyne, Mrs. Benty, Mr. Pilcher, Mr. D'Amico, Mr. McCoy, Mrs. Apfel, Mr. Holbrook, Mr. Colton, Mr. Turner, Mrs. Scanlon, Mr. Girton, Mr. Bell, Mr. Reisner, Mr. Grover, Mr. Pitney, Mr. Quinn, Mr. Chandler, Mr. Gift, Mr. Peace, Mr. Kunkel, Coach Pisano, Mr. Hill, Mr. Staley, and Mr. Weber, at least. And really I do that in part because my German teacher just passed away from high school, just passed away. And he was somebody who, as a young person going away to boarding school, made a big difference in my life. His name was Earl the Duke Grover. And, there's any number of other teachers, I think, you'll hear, you watch the Academy Awards and somebody gets up and talks about a teacher that made a difference in their life, or the Emmys, or any other number of times that we see that. And so it's not to be taken lightly, the impact that one single person can have in one child's life. And so I don't want to minimize that with my list, but those people are people that were all apparently had some meeting because I remembered their names. But all of them, especially the ones like Mr. Grover that really had a impact on me, I appreciate and hold up and appreciate this day for them.
I've got a few that I'd like to mention that just came to mind. As I was growing up going to Oakley, there was my first grade teacher, which was Mrs. Araki, my sixth grade teacher, Miss Kemper, and our principal, Dr. Anderson, were really big inspirations to me. As I went into junior high, Mr. Delgadillo was our principal, and Mrs. Jacks were big inspirations. But as for my kids, and we still have these conversations, my son's 30 and my son's 28, two teachers that we still talk about were very big impacts were Miss Suyasu and Miss Herman at Tunnel School. And those conversations, there's always good conversations, and those were teachers that are never going to be forgotten.
I also want to thank all of our teachers. It's amazing because I just had spring break as a teacher myself, and I'm really tired. I feel like I didn't have a long enough break. So if you're an educator involved in education and you're feeling pretty exhausted, you're not alone. And yet, we get up every day and do the hard work, right, of inspiring our young people. in spite of the many challenges that we have with our own families, with our friends, right? And so I want to really thank our educators for the sacrifices that they make every day for our young people, and to remind ourselves of what a blessing, what a privilege we have to work with young people. Sometimes I'll talk to adults and they'll say, "Oh, you're a high school teacher," and they'll kind of give me this look like, "You poor thing, like I empathize with you, you poor guy." But I actually remind them like, "Nah, I'm lucky. I get to work with young people most of the day, and you get to work with adults most of the time. And I'd rather work with young people 9 out of 10, because sometimes adults, we don't always set the example. And I'm constantly inspired by the young people that I get to work with at Santa Maria High School, who are the product of our school district here at Bonita. I want to take a moment to also thank, I had an elementary teacher when I was living in Guadalupe, Miss Patchett. And Miss Patchett was really special because when I was a 5th grader, I was thinking about joining gangs. I was thinking about getting caught up in drugs. And Miss Patchett was one of those people that never gave up on me, even though I would be getting in trouble. She had this really cool thing she did for students where if they did well, she would actually take students to like McDonald's, like at the end of the month for students that, stepped their game up. She would take us to, at the time, it was Camelot Park, now Boomers. And I felt really loved by Miss Patchett. I don't just remember like the great content that she did in terms of helping me with my multiplication table, but just inspiring me to want to do better. So I recall when wanting to step up and wanting to win, those types of awards for her, because, I knew that she believed in me. And so it caused me to also believe in myself. So thank you to Miss Patchett. I also, want to thank, folks like that. I had Miss Pryor at El Camino Junior High School, who was involved with the track team. She was also one of those folks that wouldn't take no nonsense. So she used definitely that tough love that worked well, but because I knew that she was always on my side, even when she was disciplining me for understandable reasons, right? Because when I was a 7th grader there, I was the new kid on the block. So I would act a fool, try to be a class clown. But instead of her, just kind of giving up on me, again, she kind of leaned into me, invested in me, encouraged me to be a part of the track team. And, I was able to, become much more successful by the time I got to high school. So thank you to her. Thank you to Mr. Walker. There's so many people to name. So thank you, teachers, so much for the work you all do for our young people.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2215, Day of the Teacher, May 10th, 2023, as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Cordero, seconded by Mr. Lara, that the board adopt Resolution 22-15, Day of the Teacher, as presented. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead.
I don't want to disappoint. Aye, Mrs. Warren. There was one I forgot. Moving on to item 11E, public hearing fees on development projects pursuant to Government Code Section 65995, Level 2. Mr. Beecher. Oh, sorry. Do we have public hearing? Sorry. Open public hearing? There being no one approaching. Public hearing's closed, and we'll move on to actually item 11F, Resolution 22-13, fees on development projects pursuant to Government Code Section 65995, Level 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollinshead. I also was paying attention earlier when the students were providing tips on public speaking. I heard from Mr. Ricky, I'm supposed to really get close to the microphone so that I can project to you. The student said, be prepared, posture, and pander. And I know that last one's really easy. The jokes for business items write themselves, right?
Yeah.
So I got that one wired. The other thing I always keep in my mind, you may remember Ken Milo, a longtime board member, former superintendent, former principal in the school district. I'd finished providing a presentation to the school board, and he's all, you know what, Matt, after the board meeting, that was great. The way you present, great stuff. I really appreciate it. And of course, I was really flattered. Thank you so much, Mr. Milo, a long time in the district. And as he's walking away, he says, now think about half. That is always in my mind. Believe me, when I come up here to present, that's always in my mind. I have half as many slides in this presentation as I did a long time ago when I first started sharing it with you. So I appreciate the students today showing, again, as you said, Mr. Valencia, showing us the way on how to do this stuff. So this is an annual item for the school board to consider. We have an alternate fee, level 2 fees that we qualify for. We use these funds to provide adequate student housing as we continue to grow and face new challenges, to modernize our buildings and make sure they're always available. There are requirements that we have to meet in order to be able to assess these fees. One of which is to prepare the report that was provided to you in your board packet. We also have to have 2 out of those 4 characteristics met to qualify that shows that there's a significant pressure on a school district. So for us, we have sufficient debt obligations against our bonding capacity to qualify. And then we also have more than 20% of our teaching stations in portable buildings. So those 2 things demonstrate that there's significant pressure on the school district and that we can qualify for that alternate level 2 fee that is higher than level 1. You may remember from last year, we presented both the level 1 fee study and also this report for the school district. Those 2 fees stack upon each other. They kind of mesh together. So we've met all of these requirements. There's a lot of data in the report, and I'll just talk a little bit about some of the pieces. We use pupil generation rates. That's a way to establish a connection between the construction of a new home, whether it's multifamily or a single family residence, and the arrival of a student in one of our school districts or one of our school sites. And so we actually look at our consultant looks at the permits being issued by address, connects that to our student database, and sees of those homes that were built in the last 5 years, how many students come out of each of those homes. And it comes out to that 0.3739 per new home. And there's an estimate that's done to determine how many new homes we expect to be built over the next 5 years. And that's used to help calculate that per square foot fee. If you know you're going to get this many students and there's going to be a construction of this many square feet, those 2 connect. Here are the students, here's the fee, they're the square feet. The cost to house those students has to be allocated across those square feet. So there's a lot of data in the report that goes into calculating those actual fees. I presented on this one slide at about $7.5 million to house the new students we expect to come out of new homes next year. And that's based on the base need at 5.3 million, land acquisition at about 792,000. That's just a portion of acreage, right? Because we don't have in our expectation for new students, it's not a whole new school that'll come out of new construction. It's just a portion. So this just shows a few acres that we would need to purchase to house these students as part of this fee. And then site development, getting it prepared to catch a building when we build it. So then you combine those total costs, divide it by the projected square feet to be built in a year. And that's how you arrive at that per square foot fee that we're allowed to charge under level 2. Yes.
Sorry. And this is not just new construction?
Correct.
Okay.
So there are 2 types of fees that the school district is qualified to assess on new construction. There is what's called the level 1 fee. That's the same fee across the state. A district has to follow a few steps and procedures every other year to qualify for that level 1 fee. That's represented by the green bar in this chart. The school districts that have that significant pressure that I described, two of those four characteristics, and go through these procedures, they can charge an alternate fee that's going to be higher. It's specific to our school district. It's based on our construction. It's based on our costs. That's how you qualify for that alternate, that elevated fee. And so that's the yellow bar on here. You can see that it's actually going down. There are a lot of little factors that go into that, why that might go down. But it's still above and beyond that base level that all districts can qualify for. Thank you. Yes.
That 700,000, that was for school property?
That was for a portion of school property. Like, I want to say it's a couple of acres, like 2.2 acres or something like that.
Okay.
Because the unhoused students that fall out of the number of new homes and that pupil generation rate,
Yeah.
that number of students doesn't equate to an entire school. It's like maybe 208, let's say, is the number.
Mhm.
So that portion of a new school, you calculate the cost by saying, here's what the buildings will cost, here's what the land will cost, divide that by the total square feet, and that's your new fee.
What is it? What is it about? I know what it is for farming, but I don't know what it is for housing. Okay.
Yeah, no, the estimate we use is, I think, about 350,000 per
Yeah.
acre as an estimate.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's going to vary. We work with the city to help zone through land use school sites for future development. And when that happens, we can zone it as public facility, which has a different rate even from residential and agricultural or open space.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the things I always like to share with the school board when we get to this meeting is a projection, or I should say a chart of our student yield rates. You can see on I want to point out that the legends on the outsides of this chart, it's K8 on your, or I'm sorry, 7-8 on your left and TK through 6 on your right. There's been a pretty dramatic but now stabilized drop in our student yield rate. You can see the similarities between the two. There's a bunch of ways you might conclude why that's happening. You can see the biggest impact on that was the COVID-19 year. But that rate used to be a lot more, a lot higher. Used to see a lot more students coming out of new residential construction. But again, to your question, Ms. Cabral, there is also a fee that we charge against commercial buildings. That's a lot smaller. It's like 48 cents per square foot. Students don't actually live in commercial buildings. So the connection to that construction is a smaller connection, but it creates opportunities for people to come to Santa Maria to work, which then can also lead to having students arrive. So there's also that fee that gets charged. We also can charge level 1 fees against remodels. Like if you add on square footage, we can charge that level 1 fee I shared with you, the $3.42, I think it was. We can charge that fee against new remodels if it's over 500 square feet. Okay. A lot. Yep. We're looking at that. We're taking a second look at that. New construction or remodel that is 500 feet or less is exempt from fees. There's regulations that say that a ADU of 750 feet or less is exempt from mitigation fees, but there's a window in there, that 250 feet, where they may be exempt from mitigation fees that the city or the county might charge, but they may actually be charged by the school district. But we've got to research that a little bit more. Right now, we're starting that at 750 because the legislation is really clear on the 750 line. It's that window we need to dig into a little bit more. So more on that. Thank you. that's a big conversation across the state right now, is that additional dwelling unit. Mhm. Thank you for your question. Any other questions that might be out there?
Something that I'm wondering, Mr. Beecher, is let's take a home that's, say, approximately 500,000, 50K new construction home. So what would be like, is that cost that the consumer is paying for already, it already has those fees embedded in them? Or is there like can they expect additional fees after that price? Like, if, in other words, let's say the market value of a property is 475K. Are these fees kind of what pushes that into that kind of category, if you will? Or how does that work?
That's a really good question. For the most part, rents and property cost is based on market. What people are willing to pay is what people are going to get for rent or for a sales price on a home. What fees like this will do, the city's fees and our fees, what that does is it puts pressure on the developer or the builder to try and manage other costs, to keep the overall cost of their construction as low as possible, to maximize their profit before they hit the market value. But that's it. It puts pressure on them to try and get a higher price. But what the market will bear is what they'll sell that home for. That's what people will pay for that home. Once the home is built, then these fees have no impact at all, right? Because it's only when they're taking out a permit that we're assessing those fees. But it will create pressure, and it may even change decisions that developers will make based on what the overall cost for construction will be, including mitigation fees.
All right, no further questions. We'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2213, fees on development projects pursuant to Government Code Section 65995, Level 2, as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Cordero, seconded by Mr. Valencia, that the board adopt Resolution 22-13, fees on development projects pursuant to Government Code Section 65995, Level 2 is presented. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollenshead.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. We'll move on to item 11G, agreement with Appleby Imaging Incorporated to provide digitizing special education student records.
Good evening, board. If you see my right eye close a little bit, I want you to know I've got a little headache. I'm not winking at you, nor pandering. Yeah. So I'll give you a little background on this. The district's been working with the last year for a project to start digitizing paper records. So think first about student curricular files, right, that exist at all of our schools, and those live in cabinets, usually about 4 tall. Usually get to live in some sort of dark space, and teachers, if they need access, or principals, right, they go into that space to get those records and pull them out, and then they're not available for the other person who may be looking for them, right? Kind of the old school way of doing things. The larger project that we're talking about that this ties into is about eventually digitizing all of those records so they can be available to our teachers and staff securely when needed, and no longer rely for them to be in a physical place, and also free up that physical space. So about a year ago, we purchased a piece of software to allow us to do that. That same piece of software is going to allow us to do the same eventually for HR, for business services, and any other documents that we have that are sitting up, taking up space. And you know, space is of high value always, even more now. This particular one in front of you today is an opportunity for us to get caught up with all the existing special ed records. So we have about 245 boxes of special ed records being stored in this building. These are for students that have already gone and left us. But by law, we need to retain a copy of those records. The law allows us to digitize those records and then provide families with the opportunity, if they want, to come get a copy of the paper. So we would do a public notification, come and get a paper copy, the original, if you'd like. However, we'll always have the digital one if you need it. And so this is a project to digitize those existing records so we can get caught up. And at this time, special ed staff is already maintaining the new records that are coming in. They've been trained and they're already using the new software. So this particular contract would allow us to get all of those digitized and get caught up.
And so what are we going to do with that freed up space?
Everyone is bidding over. It's going to be a bidding war.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to be there when it happens. So the space specifically, there's some space downstairs in the back. It's entire corridor. I'm not good at distances, 60 feet of corridor or something. It's quite a big space. And then in the warehouse, I believe there's 2 or 3, maybe 4 pallets that have been sitting there for quite a while. And I'm sure the warehouse would tell you they would love to have that space back for active stuff coming in and out.
So you won't have to upgrade the system, then you just.
Not for this, because we already own the software and we're on a yearly contract with the software. This will just get placed into the software that we already have. The software is a separate contract that we're not bringing forward today because it's already in place.
Yeah.
This is just to get us caught up on these specific records. And then once we're done with this project, then we'll start looking at how do we start tackling the records at the school sites. The reason we're starting with special ed is because we kind of wanted to learn here where it's closer to us and we can see what the process looks like before we take that party out on the road and do it at the school site. So we'll learn what we need to learn here and then take it out to the school sites.
So this isn't the software, this is just somebody coming in to
Yeah,
to-
so
to
more
do the work.
specifically, I'll give you a better picture of what it'll look like. Because of the number of records we're talking about, this is going to take, for dedicated staff, they believe it's going to take them approximately 4 months. So they're going to come 4 times with a truck, pick up the truck, take it to their secure location where they'll do the scanning. We'll of course have a non-disclosure agreement with them. The final bullet there, I'm going to read aloud because it's really important. This vendor has over 30 years of digital transformation experiences and converted tens of millions of papers. So this is what they do day in and day out. For districts, the IRS, many county and state entities, right? So there's a way that this has to be done to make sure that these documents are done securely, and that when the data is given back to us, that is also done securely. And this is what their expertise is in.
So we haven't read about any leaks.
Not our own leaks.
Yeah,
Mr. Valencia.
that was gonna be my question was, like, how did we go about contracting with this company?
Yeah.
Like,
So-
who's the competition?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been researching this for about a year now, and we actually did some in-house to get an idea of like what that looks like. And so we did our own scanning. I call it a party. I don't know if anyone else called it a party, but a scanning party earlier this year where we did, I think, 20 or so special ed boxes to get an idea what that looks like, to do some cost evaluation. A lot of these different places, their cost they put on their website. So there's a calculator. So including these folks, so you're able to go out and you can kind of just do that costing on your own. We of course always like to negotiate for better pricing, so we did. We're always going to try to be aggressive with our negotiation. So we were able to negotiate beyond what their posted price was, and provide this to you today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Brian, is the storage on is it like a hard drive type or is it cloud-based or?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this will be the software that we have licensed is a cloud-based software. So it will be available to our staff anywhere, anytime, secure usernames, passwords, and all the typical security we have. We have not provided that software yet to anyone other than the special ed staff because we're just really in the infancy of this project still.
And then you mentioned a life of a document being able to be accessed forever. Is there an obligation to hold on to it for a certain amount of time for students after they leave us or
watch me
a certain
swivel and
age?
see, because we're talking about special ed records. I'm going to swivel and look for Eric and see if he happens to know that off the top of his head. I mean, typically we kind of keep stuff forever because the cost of online storage is relatively cheap. So that's usually our answer, but I'll see if Eric has a different answer for special ed.
There are some records that you do have to keep forever. So, so ultimately we end up keeping the entire record because we don't want to miss something. So.
Thank you. I just know from a medical standpoint, there's a life expectancy for some of those things to be held on to. And so I was just wondering how we would continue to maintain them and then maybe if not needed, dispose of them, but it sounds like it's not that big a deal to hang on to them.
Yeah, fortunately, like storage is very cheap. So really like in all the other projects that I've involved in, we've really never got to a purge state. We pretty much keep things because the price of storage, thankfully, continues to go down over time.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll make the recommendation that the Board of Education approve the agreement with Apple by Imaging, Inc. to provide digitizing special education student records.
And I'll second.
It's been moved by Mr. Latta and seconded by Ms. Cordero that the board approve the agreement with Appleby Imaging Incorporated to provide digitizing special education student records as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Brian. Now we'll move on to item 11H, agreement with Alevo Learning to provide summer enrichment sports lessons. Ms. Grock.
This contract is for
Good evening.
Alevo Learning specifically for our summer enrichment program in June. This would provide,
Sorry. Here I am for real. So this is for Alevo Learning. It is to provide sports enrichment for the June summer school session. So all of the Alevo services are aligned to the Castle 5 framework and offer social emotional learning through physical activity, movement, and games. All of the coaches are local, and the company team that works for us is located here and in Lompoc. So this contract is for 5 hours a day for the 14 days of district-wide summer school at the 2 enrichment sites. Each set of coaches can work with up to 30 students at a time. So we're looking for 16 staff total. And the estimated cost is not to exceed $95,760. Our summer schools are district-wide, but they're being hosted for general ed elementary. They're being hosted this year at Jimenez and Ontiveros. Our upper grade students will be hosted at Tommy Kunst, but they come back to the elementary site for enrichment in the afternoon.
And do we know what the hourly rate comes out to, given the staff?
It's $95 an hour for the team. And I do want to point out that we are supplementing, not supplanting. We are not taking jobs away from PE teachers. So we are offering our PE specialists and PE credentialed teachers at the junior high level the opportunity to teach PE in the academic AM session as part of the rotation, just like we have during the regular school year. So this is above and beyond enrichment, things like Gaelic football and European handball, along with favorites like soccer and basketball, but we're not taking anything away from our own teachers.
And as a clarifying question, when you say 95 an hour per team, is that correct? What does that mean?
So the coaches work in pairs with up to 30 students. So a team of 2 coaches is $95 an hour for 30 students.
And did you say that this is a local company here in Lompoc, or did I not understand that correctly?
The branch that we work with and the management team that we work with are all located either in Lompoc or Santa Maria. All of the coaches themselves, the ones who are actually working with students, are local young people who a lot of them are Hancock students. We have Alevo running at several of our sites right now as well for recesses. So I'm familiar with the company and the model, and all of their coaches. Basically, they're pulling from Hancock, Cuesta, Cal Poly, and then the local community to staff their programs.
And how do we know their effectiveness? Like, do we do any types of like post survey after their services, or and then so what do we know?
We actually have several measures. So the company does a Likert scale with student participants the last 2 weeks of the session, and they'll report out those results to us. We also are currently working on backwards mapping the data to the number of referrals and absences
pre-program and during the program to find out if it's efficacious. And so at the end of this year, we'll have that data for the school year for the schools that have this program, and we'll continue to offer that to you as we go.
Thank you.
But I can also tell you that we did employ this program last year for summer school, and overwhelming positive results from our kids at the end of the survey and also from our staff. So we were very pleased with their past performance.
So I will make the recommendation that the Board of Education approve the agreement with level learning to provide summer enrichment sports lessons as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corral and seconded by Mr. Valencia that the board approve the agreement with Alevo Learning to provide summer enrichment sports lessons as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 11I, award of bid 5252 district-wide concrete tables and benches. I'm betting Ms. McKnight will be speeding to the microphone at any moment. Why, there she is.
Oh, the one that shows the person speaking? Okay. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Dr. McDuffie, and Cabinet. This project calls for the purchase of 201 92-inch concrete bench tables and 85 48-inch concrete picnic tables. All tables have graffiti coating to protect the tables from damage. And the 92-inch tables will also come with skateboard-resistant bumps. The tables will be distributed district-wide in support of creating outdoor learning spaces. A notice calling for bids was advertised in the Santa Maria Times and posted on Planet Bids. 10 potential bidders downloaded the bid documents, and 4 bids were received and opened on March 24th. Outdoor Creations submitted the lowest responsible bid in the amount of $300,628.50. Their bid meets all of the requirements outlined in the bid documents. Therefore, staff is recommending that bid 5252 be awarded to Outdoor Creations Incorporated. Questions?
I'm sorry, I missed how many are we buying? I know you said that right at the beginning.
Yeah, so it's 201 of the larger tables, which is the 92-inch tables. And then it's 85 of the 48-inch picnic tables.
Were any other type of benches and tables looked at material wise that are, subject to not being on graffiti that's besides concrete? I mean, was anything else looked at?
Yeah, let me let Javier take that question.
So you're asking if we've looked at other types of tables?
Yeah.
So the district currently has concrete tables already in the district. We also have other plastic coated tables. We decided to go concrete just because the plastic coated tables aren't lasting. What tends to happen is they get vandalized. Once that plastic coating wears off, then the metal underneath it starts to rust and it becomes unsafe for our students.
I appreciate that question, Mr. Lara, because I was thinking the same thing. I had a conversation with Dr. McDuffie about that. Because sitting on a concrete bench for much longer than a couple of minutes, not so comfortable. And so that was going to be my question as well. So and given those limitations, you all still felt like the concrete was the way to go for the reasons you just described.
Yes, especially with our climate, concrete's going to be durable. It's going to hold up. It's not going to be vandalized as a plastic coated table would. So yes, that was our proposal and recommendation.
And do we have shade available for these tables?
So the plan and the intent is to pair it with a shade structure, and we're still working on the shade structures for each site. But I will say that the sites have the discretion to place these tables wherever they see fit.
So a designated number will go to each school site.
Yes. So what we're looking at right now for the larger tables, 9 will go to each elementary school. And for the smaller tables, only to our elementary schools, they'll receive 5. and then our junior highs will receive 12. No, junior highs will only receive the larger tables. Yes.
And the ones made of cement, can they be spray painted or written on? I'm assuming that can happen.
So the tables come with a non-sacrificial anti-graffiti coating so that if they do get vandalized, spray painted, we can wash it off.
Okay. Thank you.
The larger tables will come with those anti-skate bumps. The smaller tables will not. Yes.
Something that I do want to recommend is just being cognizant of the shade element, right? And we're about to hopefully get into some nicer weather, much hotter weather, and so that's always an issue. At least I see that at the high school level, is students kind of scrambling to try to find shade. So my hope is that as you all purchase these benches, that we also figure out funding to make sure that we're providing shade as well, in case there's not already like shaded areas available under these tables, because otherwise it's going to be pretty tough for our students.
Yes, and that is our plan. We want to make sure that we create an outdoor learning environment for our students. And so the shade will hopefully become part of this in the near future.
Yeah, just to interject, if I'm not mistaken, we talked about shade structures and funding being used for outdoor environments and shade structures previously too. So it's definitely something that we're looking forward to creating that environment for our students.
Entertain the motion.
I'll recommend that the Board of Education approve the award of a contract for bid number 5252, district-wide concrete tables and benches to Outdoor Creations Inc. as presented.
And I'll second.
Been moved by Mr. Valencia, seconded by Mrs. Cordero, that the board approve the award of a contract for bid number 5252, district-wide concrete tables and benches to Outdoor Creations Incorporated as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 11J, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2023-24 DTB Bland. That's Dr. DeB.
Soon. Well, good evening, everyone. In accordance with the regulations from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, the CTC, the governing board of a school district must adopt a declaration at a scheduled public meeting clarifying insufficient numbers of certificated personnel to meet the district's anticipated needs. Upon board adoption, the required declaration will need to allow the district to hire teachers on emergency teaching permits for the 23-24 school year and shall remain in force until June 30th, 2024. Yeah, these numbers in here are based on our current numbers. As it states, we need to use the numbers based on what we actually have now, and then moving forward for our projections for next year.
If there's no other questions or discussion, we'll entertain the motion.
I'll move that the Board of Education ratify the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2023-2024 as presented.
And I'll second.
Been moved by Mr. Valencia, seconded by Mrs. Corral, that the board ratify the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2023-24 school year as presented. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll move on to discussion. Item 12A, organizational review of human resources. Dr. McDuffie.
All right. Thank you, President Hollinshead. A long time coming here as we have our presenter set up. I just want to say in the summary, staff engaged School Services of California to conduct an organizational review of the Human Resources Department specific to the department's organizational structure, culture, staffing, employment recruitment, and so on. The objective of the review was to really assess the existing organizational structure and the described functions within the department in order to develop recommendations for organizational changes to improve communication and operational efficiencies to ensure the district is positioned to continued success. So without reading the rest of this summary, I am going to have Danielle Conley, Director of Management Consulting Services with School Services California, speak to you in presenting you an organizational review of human resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McDuffie, and good evening, Governing Board and District Administration, the school community, and the employees who have hung around this long to listen to the HR review. I'll share that I too was here during the student leader reflections and what they shared, and I definitely appreciated the public speaking tips. And so I was going to comment on those, but Mr. Beecher took my thunder. So what I'll do is just stand up straight and do my best to be engaging tonight. So as Dr. McDuffie introduced me, I'm Danielle Conley. I'm from School Services of California, and I'm very pleased to be here tonight to basically wrap up this journey in terms of this work that we've done with the district's HR department. Though my work has completed, the journey for the HR department has really just begun. And so I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you. Dr. McDuffie already provided an overview of this work. And so I want to point out just a few highlights. I'll note that I have the report in its entirety in front of me. And so if you have any specific questions about information in the report, I am ready to answer those questions. But I've somehow managed to create about 11 or 12 slides from the 100-page report I have. So have no fear, we will not be here all night. There's many functions that occur in an HR department. We were very acutely focused in certain areas, the organizational structures, the positions in the department, how they're functioning, employee recruitment, selection, and hiring, which is fundamentally the most important role of the HR department in the district, is to attract and retain and manage the employee and staffing resources. We also looked at HR general policies and procedures, and then we had a comparative element as well. And so I'm going to review some of that. In terms of the analysis, it was developed based on a measurement of industry standards, best practice, and then legal compliance, especially as it relates to recruitment and non-discriminatory hiring practices. In order to conduct the field work, we visited here in December, right here in this room, and we met with district staff, we met with the HR department, we met with customers of the department and educational partners, so labor partners, in addition to district and site staff. We also looked at documentation that was submitted by the HR department and other district departments. And so with that, we culminated this analysis and then the corresponding recommendations. I want to make a couple of notes about the methodology and the approach and the intent of this work. This is not an audit. It is not an audit. We don't start from this deficiency standpoint where we go and examine everything that's not happening. It's really an examination of the existing challenges that were already communicated by the district, and then a focus on how can we resolve these challenges. The analysis is not an evaluation of staff. It's not, I was here for a couple of days. I've been talking with them over the last couple of months, but from those interactions, I have no way to make any sort of evaluative assessment of staff. And in fact, I will echo the comments made earlier. HR staff have been working incredibly hard. They're very committed to this district, to their work, and they've been very welcoming. This is very difficult to have somebody come in and talk about this, right? Especially when you're putting forth effort. So I do want to commend the HR staff in terms of their commitment and their work that they have done. I'll also share that we met for a couple of hours earlier today, and my presentation was much longer with them today. And it was a very engaging and it was a very courageous conversation that we had. HR staff were responsive and eager, and we already started talking about some of the concepts and recommendations under the leadership of Mr. Bland. We felt very hopeful and excited about what's to come in HR. So I'm going to get started with some of the key observations. Everything in the report was important, but I managed to extract some of the findings and observations that I think are important to note here. So in terms of impacts to the operations and the experiences of HR staff, there were at the time of field work, I do want to note that this analysis was developed in December. So there's obviously been some staffing changes and some different transitions that have transpired since my visit. And so this work was based on that picture of time in December. But during that time, there had been some transitions and change in leadership in HR, and that was causing significant operational difficulties within the department. Those transitions were really hard. The personnel clerk positions, which are your technical and analytical positions in HR, they were really feeling pressurized through that, and we're experiencing a lack of support within the department. And so these organizational changes really deeply impacted HR and how it was serving the educational partners, the customers of the department, and also impacting the workload distribution within the department, which I'll get into shortly. There is really this segregation of work in this HR department where it was almost and still is, I won't say almost, it is as if there are two HR departments within one department. You have your classified HR support and then your certificated HR support. And we talked about that today in terms of how can we integrate and support all employees in a more equitable way, and then also create some balance, which will alleviate some of the workload concerns that were pointed out in the report. In terms of the distribution of responsibility, the department was very focused on classified employment support, which was very surprising. And there was some data that we collected, and just to look at the number of employees within the personnel clerks and how that workload was assigned. And so that was very clear when we looked at that data, which is approximate. It was in December. It's not exact, but it does give you just a general idea of how the assignment of work is unbalanced, but it also provides a framework for moving forward in terms of what sorts of changes are necessary to help alleviate some of that pressure. In terms of the current practices, the department reflects an HR department of the past. And I'm not going to surprise you tonight when I tell you that the workforce and the work experience has transformed, right? COVID has come. The staffing shortage is pervasive. It's continuing to plague us all. And quite frankly, the workforce and the needs for staffing have really pulled away from the district, because the district is sitting with practices and procedures that are from the past. Okay, so they're rather outdated, and that is significantly impacting the recruitment experience. And so we talked about that today. One of the reasons why that is occurring is because of the absence of training and professional development provided to HR. And so what happens, and this is really common in many LEAs across the state, what happens is that there's not training. So someone starts in their position and they're either fumbling around at their desk looking through files, or whoever's retiring or leaving is showing them how to do the job. And someone else showed them how to do the job. And before we know it, something that was created in 1995, which was probably a great idea then, is happening still now, right? And so these things are getting in the way of the department being able to respond effectively. A quick summary on the comparative staffing. Comparative staffing is really important, but it shouldn't drive outcomes. This chart doesn't mean, okay, we don't have equal staffing in this area, so we should staff exactly like this district. But what it does is it provides you with some context to really measure and say, okay, how are we staffed within this particular comparative group? These districts were chosen because they're similar to the district, but again, you're very unique. You're not going to be exactly like any of these other districts. So down in the bottom bands where it's blue, we have your total FTEs, your enrollment, and then we calculate an enrollment to FTE ratio because you see you have these variations in the enrollment numbers. And then we calculate a ranking. So when you look within the HR department, we've separated the job classifications within your management staff, analytical, technical, and administrative support staff. Some of the observations that I want to note with the board is your ranking overall is in the lower section of the group, a little bit below the median or the mean. In terms of your executive management staffing and your supervisory staffing, you were ranked last in the report. I believe it was 9th. Okay, so you have a rather low ranking with staffing. And what does this tell us? This tells us, yes, these transitions with management and some of the experiences operationally that are happening in HR are validated by this data. The other area where you were particularly low was the administrative support staff. And if I'm remembering that correctly as well, you were ranked last there too. The majority of your staffing in HR is in the analytical personnel clerk 1 and 2 positions, which is very typical in HR. These are the workhorse positions. These are the employment management positions. But what it also illustrates is that when there is an operational challenge or there is a particular need, what we typically do in school districts is we hire a position to fix it. We don't exactly look at process, procedures, we hire a position, right? And so in the past, in terms of historically making staffing decisions, it has been common for personnel clerks to be added to the department versus looking at the operational needs and the true specialization of work that is required. So in terms of our engagement with staff, I asked staff, everybody in the department, customers of the department, what are your hopes for this work? If I had a magic wand and can make something happen for you, what would it be? And it was consistently, we just want to know what the roles of HR staff are. We just want role clarity. We want to know who to go to when we need help. And I found that to be very illuminating because it costs nothing, right? It's just a communication practice where you define the work and then you post that on your website and communicate to employees. So there's a significant absence of role clarity within the department. And that's happening for a couple of reasons. The first thing is most of your job descriptions are severely outdated. I want to say 24 or 25 years old for the majority of your analytical and technical positions. And I think we can all agree things aren't the same, right? So there's a problem when you have job descriptions that aren't effectively communicating the work. There's no organizational chart or menu of services posted on the website. So you really can't tell who's doing what. Once you go to your HR webpage, we've already talked about this within the department. I suspect this is probably one of the first things that will be tackled. Again, this is just an operational practice. It's not, doesn't really cost anything. In terms of the distribution and assignment of work within your personnel clerk positions, I do this a lot and I spent a lot of time with your staff and I really struggled to figure it out myself. And so one of the reflections I had as I was developing this analysis was, geez, I spent 24 hours talking to people trying to figure it out. Imagine how employees feel when they need something, right? So this is a priority recommendation that I've made in the report because it's critically important. I want to talk about the HR department leadership positions. In the report, I make a significant recommendation to add a director of human resources. One of the things that I want to highlight about these recommendations are they are just that. They're recommendations. They are not directives, right? This is intended to give you a framework to do this work and to think about it. And you may think about it and go, I like that. Let's talk about that internally to figure this out. Or you may say, well, that won't work for us at the time, right? So this slide, it addresses the needs that are observed in the department. And I really want to emphasize the need for certificated employment oversight. There is significant needs in terms of credentialing responsibilities, certificated employment management, credential and assignment monitoring is almost non-existent within the district. And that is very troubling, especially when we think about creating recruitment pipelines and encouraging teachers to be employed with the district. And we know that there's not a lot of credentialed teachers out there. And so we need to have pipelines and pathways to help counsel folks into the teaching profession. And we've got to have that in HR. There's also significant responsibilities in HR related to credentialing oversight and assignment monitoring. And there's a significant need for that as well. So I make that recommendation, and then to prioritize recruitment and selection, you'll notice that all three leadership positions have a level of responsibility in that area, because back to my original comments when I started this presentation, I don't know that there's anything more important than HR does. So we've got to communicate that responsibility clearly. This is the revised HR organizational chart. Again, this is a recommendation. And you'll see that it's more distributed in terms of the responsibilities. The intent here is to illustrate a coordinated effort and an integrated effort to support all employees. You notice that we make a distinction in the middle with the department operations. That's related to position control, personnel management, leave, employee leave management, and other employee requirements. So we distribute that work. And again, this is a recommendation that might look different after the district team examines it, but this gives you an idea of what some of the new positions that are recommended in the report, how they would function. The other highlight I want to make is the HR analyst position, which is intended to address that credential monitoring piece. A specialized employee who is able to handle the high-level certificated management responsibilities, which is currently absent within the department. So I make that recommendation as well. In terms of the district's recruitment profile, there's been some struggles, right? That's not, I didn't come here tonight to deliver that news. There's some long-standing hiring practices that are disadvantaging you. And those are things that, like I talked about earlier, some adopted practices from the past, and we need to shed those and think about reinventing, reframing how you actively recruit for employees. In terms of some of the hiring barriers that were identified, I think I have a slide or two, I'll go over those. But essentially the extended timelines that it takes the district to hire are really creating obstacles to employment within the district. And some staff shared examples of going all the way through recruitment and hiring an employee and then no contact to the employee, and the employee goes and works somewhere else because they didn't realize that they were hired, right? So that's a really disappointing outcome, especially when you go through all that work of recruiting. So we've got to make some improvements there, standardize and shorten those timelines, and I'll go into that in just a second. In terms of continuing the recruitment conversation, there aren't any identified pipelines. If I were to summarize the district's recruitment strategies now, I would call it non-existent, and it's rather passive. So right now we post things on EdJoin. Well, who knows about EdJoin? Everyone in this room, but if you're not in education, if you're not in this world, you don't know about EdJoin, right? So in order to attract external candidates, encourage employment with the district, we make some recommendations to expand that advertisement effort and really go forth with some assertive recruitment efforts. The other aspect of this is, in order to attract a more diverse candidate pool, we've got to shed these ideas, they're just antiquated ideas about what qualifies an employee for certificated or classified employment. And sometimes we create these barriers where we approach candidate screening by thinking of every way to screen them out versus every and any way we can invite them into interview and see how they do in the selection process. And so there's definitely some work to do in that area. But what I'm talking about right now is strategy. It's strategic. And right now, you're not in that position yet because you've got to get that staffing in place. We need some training and some systems, and then you can move forth with some of these strategic practices to be more competitive. So I make some very specific recommendations, but if I were to say first and foremost, let's get a plan together. Let's decide what our priorities are. Let's determine where we really need to engage with our staffing, and then move forward from there. You want to also, I recommend that you remove hiring barriers in terms of, I'm going to be very specific in just a second on the next slide, to just eliminate those practices that are diminishing your ability to attract candidates. And then there were some aspects of the hiring process, the selection process, that were out of date and out of legal compliance. And so included in the report are some sample panel instructions for interviews, and some different tools and resources for the HR department to consider and implement as part of their recruitment practices. So here's some of those hiring barriers that I noted in the report. So the posting timelines that are too long, and I shared with the HR department today. If I was in your area, if I was a neighboring district, I'll look at EdJoin, I'll look at your postings, I'll see when you're closing them. I'm going to close my similar positions before yours. You're still going to be thinking about calling them to interview. I'm going to have already interviewed them and hired them. Right? That's how competitive it is. So we have to standardize our timelines. How long are we going to post our positions? What is our commitment to contact candidates once we've decided who we want to interview? And what is our commitment to getting in touch with those employees that we hired? So really pushing forth with that standardization. In terms of this candidate screening process, we want to get our supervisors who have expertise in their work involved. We want to get them involved and get them integrated into the screening process. And then we want to structure the interview process to reflect the position. So if we have entry-level positions, we don't want these screening processes and selection processes that reflect a process for a very experienced candidate. Some of your classified positions are entry-level. And so you're competing with the outside world, right? So if they can go to a fast food restaurant, they can get hired on a kiosk in an hour, and we're still over here posting and taking 2 months, right? So that's where that misalignment is. And then the onboarding and hiring procedures, where I shared that example earlier, we want to ensure that we have a streamlined procedure where it's really easy to work here, right? To find out information about your payroll and all of those different employment details. So all that to say, this was a lot. This was a lot to digest. It was a lot for the HR department to hear today. But as I shared, earlier, very hopeful, and staff are very eager to set forth in this work, but it's hard work. It took a while to get here, so it'll take some work and time to work out of it. There is an implementation plan in this report where I note some things that need to happen as priority one that I feel unless those things have happened, it's going to be difficult to do some of these other things, kind of like I noted with the strategies. The recommendations don't apply in isolation. And what that means is some of them are related, right? So the technology piece that's noted in the report is really important for the onboarding piece. So there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen. And again, none of these recommendations and observations are prioritized over the other, but they're all critically important. And so I somehow managed to get to the end. And I'm ready for questions if you have any.
Danielle, I just want to thank you because I read this whole report. It took me 8 or 9 days. I get about
I
8
am
pages
impressed.
and I fell asleep.
I'm impressed.
But I'm just saying, I'm not saying it was boring. It was a really great report, and I
Thank you.
respect all your thoughts and everything that you put into this. And I just want to say thank you because
Thank you.
And I will second that. I too read the entire, it was provided for all of us.
Yes.
And the summary that you have presented really encapsulates the entirety of the report.
Yeah.
So I don't really have any questions because I did, look through it and read it quite intensely. So I'll just reiterate what Mr. Lara said, and
Well, I
thank you.
appreciate that.
Because everything I read, I got answered as I was reading, as I
Good.
farther went into it. So
Good.
very well detailed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope it didn't ruin your weekend.
No,
Okay.
it was a great read.
All right, good.
Don't get me wrong. I loved it.
Well, I'm not going to say it was great reading. It was interesting. Was not entertaining. It was interesting.
So I have not been entertaining tonight. Fail. Okay.
No, A game. You totally brought the A game.
Thank you.
Mr. Valencia.
Some of the things that are former or current employees, some of the concerns that they've raised around hiring practices of, I've spoken to educators who have felt like that there's been discrimination in the hiring process. Applicants, that are hired, while other applicants, say, for example, are like multilingual. And those folks don't get the position, but they get a position like elsewhere in a neighboring district. One of the things that I think is really important for us to consider as a board, and the parents mentioned that today, right, is they want to see leadership in our schools, right, and staff that reflect the diversity of our community so that the linguistic needs are being met, right, and the cultural competency piece being addressed. What are some best practices that our district can do to ensure that we are attracting a diverse pool of applicants?
Yes. So let me summarize basically where to start with this. And I'm glad that you asked this question, Mr. Valencia, because although I noted that some of these transactions and improvements need to happen before we can be strategic, some of these practices as it relates to DEI and increasing diversity in your workforce can happen in concert with these recommendations. But it really starts with a board statement that this is important. Right? Your recruitment policies that are in your board policies, do you make a statement about this in terms of your recruitment practices and procedures? So that's the first thing that I would ask you. The second piece of information, because it feels rather overwhelming to say we need a more diverse workforce. Well, what does that mean? What does that look like, right? The studies show and illustrate that employee workforce that reflects your student population is very impactful, okay? So what are your employee demographics and your student demographics, and where do those percentages match up? Are you tracking your ethnicity and race information in your applicant pools? You may optionally start tracking that, because it's not just about hiring, it's about what are you attracting, right? And so how can you know? Because right now it's just based on hearsay. It's just based on experience and what we're perceiving. But how do you know that you actually have disparity there? You might not, but we don't know yet. So I would say policy, data, and then really just reimagining how we think about what a qualified candidate looks like, right? So let's move away from this framework and idea of, qualified teachers need to have this, this, and this. Let's look at our special organizations and agencies and do more outreach to really tap into your local candidates and maybe some of those who haven't been thinking about teaching. We know that candidates of color, many of them will tell you, especially in leadership positions, they never really thought that they could do it. They never really thought that they could do it, but somebody tapped their shoulder and said, have you ever thought about it? Have you ever thought about teaching? Have you ever thought about being a principal? Have you ever thought about being an assistant superintendent? Most don't just walk through the door and say, I can do this, right? So it's really changing that framework. But I go back to policy and data, and those are things that the district can do to help support HR, because we can't put it all on HR's shoulders to do this when we don't have that resource and framework available. Did that help?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just want to add to that, just perfect timing in regards to that statement of imagining what it looks like. And we, as a strategic planning team, have actually a strategy for retaining high quality people and staff for this school district. It was something that came out and obviously was a concern for the community of Santa Maria Bonita. And that was something through the strategic plan that we'll continue to focus on. And our assistant superintendent will have so many ideas and so many strategies from this work group that we'll be also working with, this action planning team that we'll be working with to provide a direction for HR and what we want here in Santa Maria Bonita.
Dr. McDuffie, I would, maybe even add, I think Mr. Valencia, when we've been to CSBA, you've gone ahead and really made an effort to reach out to other board members from other districts that are involved in the Latino school board of members associations and those things. And I think those are the kind of relationships that we can kind of start to continue to work on and trying to get that word out, like you're saying, and work on getting the word out that we are a district that's interested in that, and that we're looking forward to that. And so those ways of attracting candidates and having people think about us in that way, I think is part of the shift change a little bit too in attitude. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's certainly things we can do networking wise that go outside that join.
Oh, definitely.
Fallback.
There's the digital footprint right now as it relates to recruitment. And there's, I do this work a lot. I hear a lot of ideas and, recruitment specialists within HR. And there are HR departments that have purchased an HR department cell phone. Because I don't know, this younger generation, they don't do voicemails and things. They do, texting outreach, right? Going to colleges and going to special fraternities and sororities, and really, not passively advertising your opportunities, but going out there and saying, have you ever thought about living and working in Santa Maria Bonita? Because I want to tell you about it, right? I don't have a teaching credential. We don't care. We have resources in our district, and we can look at your college transcripts, and let's talk about an emergency credential, right? And let's talk about an intern credential, and then let's talk about how to transition you permanently into teaching, right? Classified employees. who are graduating from college and don't really have any idea what they want to do. Have you ever thought about a career in classified employment in schools? Many of us can speak to that. It's an amazing opportunity, but generating that excitement in that way. I do want to note that this concept of, increasing our diverse candidate pools is new to our industry. We are also in a severe staffing shortage. And so there's that struggle, that tug and pull when you have 3 applicants total, right? How do you not get discouraged with this? But the work can still press on. And we don't really have a good guidebook or rule book in place. So there's a lot of work and change that is happening throughout the state in this area. And I just wanted to note that. So it wasn't something like, oh, this is happening all over the place and you're just not doing it. This is really something that is emerging as a priority.
No, I think your point is well received in that I think especially what you were just saying, one of the things that we've noted as a board is that the universities and colleges that provide degrees in education are fairly, those are not necessarily the most diverse groups of students to access. And one of the reasons we started our pipeline here. But taking the information that you've said, maybe going to those same campuses, but targeting students that are on campuses that are the people that we want, and not necessarily already educators. They could be in the science program. Do you want to teach science in the high schools? Have you ever thought about that? So I really appreciate starting to think a little bit more globally, a little bigger maybe, and then also at the same time targeting. And that doesn't mean that it's not facilitating or supplementing what we're already trying to do in those, like you said, those shortages. But we build our own.
That's right. Great.
I'll make the recommendation that the Board of Education acknowledge receipt of the discussion of the organizational review of human resources as presented.
I'll second.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I am, but that's okay.
Excuse me,
No,
Mr.
that's
President.
okay.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate you doing that for me, Mr. Lara. I was very verklempt about the whole presentation.
Mr. Hans, actually, prior to the motion,
No,
Miss, if I may,
there she goes.
just
Yes.
one quick follow-up question for you.
Yeah, that's
Before
okay.
we
Yeah, look
move
how
on.
fast she's walking in those heels. See what you did?
Something that you referenced that I think is really critical to follow up with is you mentioned about how having a workforce that reflects the diversity of the community is really impactful. Can you please elaborate on that?
Of course, your last question is one that I can't really elaborate on, but okay. So I was doing so good too. So there was a study. I cannot remember the organization, but there is recent studies, and I think that I cannot remember, but I can get back to Dr. McDuffie with that. But a couple of years ago, there were some studies specific to the teaching profession regarding there's some statewide data, which I think I have presented on before a couple of years ago, and I can share that with the district in terms of the organization that conducted this study and then some of the outcomes of that data. But I don't have that exactly ready.
Something that information that I was presented with at one of our school board conferences was they showed data about how when our young people have even just one African-American teacher, for example, it boosts their graduation rate. And not just for African-American students, although they're particularly impacted by having a role model, right, of what a college graduate can look like. So that was something for me that really stood out. Is not only is it a moral imperative of, hey, it's just the right thing to do. We know that great educators, great leaders come in all colors, right, all genders, all identities, but yet we're not necessarily seeing that diversity in our district yet. And so we know that there's a business case, quote unquote, for it, right? Like the data is telling us that, but also like the moral imperative is just as critical. So that's why I would love for you to follow up with us on some of that data so that it's not just, hey, we're doing this just because it's the nice thing to do or because it feels right, but because it's what's going to be the best outcome for our young people.
I think it was the Learning Policy Institute. Now was that it, Dr. McDuffie? Do you know what I'm referencing?
So, and I'll make sure to provide that to the board once we get together on that. for
Yeah, I
sure.
believe that the study was a comprehensive statewide data study and with the whole statewide student population and then the teaching profession, but
Right.
it's narrowly focused on teachers.
And I would say just in regards to the impact, Board Member Valencia, it's important for us to have limitless possibilities in our thinking, as you were pointing out in your report, that when we think of African-American teachers, and it's difficult to get them in the industry because we don't look for them. We're not attractive to have them in. And so I would imagine if we're able to recreate and make something that is more connected to the types of teachers that we want reflected in our teaching core, then we have to think differently as well. So just to add to that.
And just real quickly, I mean, just I've also heard some research around the importance of having a critical mass, right? If hypothetically, if a school has 0 Asian American teachers, right? It's going to be really challenging for maybe some of those Asian American applicants if they're looking around and they're like, hey, where's my community, right? Where are people that I can relate to? So I think that's why, especially, right, we need to be very intentional with this work, because it's really challenging to be one of the only X, right, in an environment and that be an attractive environment.
That's correct. And I think it's, I go into this in detail in the report, but the selection panels, that training element and piece of it is really important. If we have the same panel members, if the panel members aren't trained about the district initiatives and the strategic plan and how to rethink how you're screening candidates or evaluating and assessing. And I do this work a lot because we have executive searches that we do. And we were just having this conversation this week about a resume that didn't reflect the normal work experience. This particular leader had been in different employment areas for very short times. And the panel was like, oh, I'm concerned, forget it. Don't even want to consider it. And I said, well, there may be more to the story here. What if they had to move? What if the superintendent left and then cabinet had to leave too? What if there were special circumstances? Are we really going to look at this qualified candidate and say, just because this person was at their last 3 jobs for under 2 years, they're done, they're cooked, right? So it's really that screening process, which I went through quickly, but that's really important. And then your interview panels and how they assess candidates, right? And it's, again, thinking about how can we qualify this candidate? How can we employ this candidate versus you have this one thing, forget it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 12. Okay, you want me to acknowledge it, Mel? You sure? Okay. All right. I'll acknowledge receipt of the discussion of the organizational review of human resources as presented. Okay. I appreciate your help, though. Item 12B, 8th grade celebration ceremonies update. Ms. Dutra.
Good evening, board members. We're really excited to have our junior high principals here tonight as they mosey their way up to present to you what their process has been this year of coming to what they're going to be doing for their 8th grade celebration ceremonies. I do want to give a big thank you. Number one, it's 9:45, and I know that they're tired, as everyone is, and have a big few days left. So thank you for hanging in there tonight. But really just thanking them, they could have done this quickly, and instead we're very inclusive and engaged, and they're going to take you through the process. But I really just want to give them an extra shout out for taking that extra time and the extra effort
that it took to really do this in an inclusive way so that when they come to you tonight, there's a confidence in what they're sharing and in what we're going to do moving forward. So thank you, team. We really appreciate your efforts. So with that, it looks like Mr. Banton is starting.
Ooh. I'll start again. Thank you so much for having us. My name's Kester Banton. I'm El Camino's principal. So I'm going to start. And here's the first slide. It's not a very interesting slide, but behind that is lots of emotion. This has been an emotional experience. We have talked to lots of educational partners about their expectations for celebrating children's success in our school district. Some of our educational partners look back to the past. Some of us are thinking about the here and now. And some of us are thinking, what might it be like? Because I've never experienced this before. And strangely, I'm one of them. I've never been to a graduation, so I don't know what we're talking about. But now I do from this experience. So here we are. We are looking at, we're going to tell you our story. We're going to tell you the story of the process, and we're also going to describe what we're recommending for this year and what we're going to do this year. If we had to use another phrase, which encapsulates this, it's an unusual one, and it's an oxymoron. There's a paradox here. What we're looking at is something which is both inclusive, involving everybody, but has an element of exclusivity. And we came to this by asking this question of each of our educational partner groups. What should it look like for us to honor and celebrate our students' transition from Santa Maria Bonita School District to high school? And we choose the words carefully that this is a celebration. And that is enough from me. And here's the process.
Good evening. Mark Palmerston, proud principal at Fessler Junior High. And I would like to acknowledge the time and appreciate everybody for sticking around for the celebration. So today, my next part I want to talk about how we involve the community and the community voices. We see that throughout the meeting today, beginning with our student voices at the beginning from Ariana's, our student leaders, to our parents and our educational partners in our public comment and throughout tonight's board meeting. And when we talk about community involvement, each school engaged our students, our parents, and our staff in a variety of ways. And as junior high principals who meet weekly at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays every week together, we check back with each other, as well as our district staff, cabinet, and Dr. McDuffie throughout the process. When we talked to students and families, we heard many different perspectives. And with that, we want to show you some examples. I want to acknowledge that the student information or the student voices here are representation of what was collected and displayed at Fessler Junior High specifically. And so this isn't district-wide data, but is an example of how our feedback from students was demonstrated or displayed and shared. And each school shared their voices in a variety of different ways. What you also can see from what's shared in our student voices surrounding our end of the year celebrations is there's not always a general consensus or overwhelming feeling about one or the other. Let me talk about some other summaries, in particular, one I shared with parents. All students expressed some desire to have their parents involved in their end of the year celebrations. For our parent community, I wanted to acknowledge how powerful that is. As a parent of a daughter who's in junior high, myself, acknowledging that our teenagers want us to be involved in celebrating and honoring their successes. Although students wanted parents to be involved in some way, they weren't overwhelmed in wanting to have a very traditional ceremony. They acknowledged that there are a variety of different ways to celebrate and could be celebrated either on campus or off campus. They were really excited and more passionate about the dances or the party that could be specific to their school and their friends in their grade levels. And also, many are passionate about wanting to take some sort of celebratory end of the year field trip. As we move from our student voices, I do want to acknowledge first that not only did we include the student voices in our end of the year celebrations, but the Fessler History Department helped also solicit student voices that were shared as part of our facilities planning. And so those happened at similar times. As we move from our student voices to our staff involvement, we shared information with our staff at multiple times, beginning first with staff conversations in December and January at all 4 schools, and then revisited again in February and March. I'll let you describe that further.
Right. And Genevieve Beard, I'm the principal at Ariana's Junior High. So what we were sharing with our staff and what we shared with our parents and to our students as well was really that we have reviewed board policies, that we had talked about practices that were happening at other local junior highs in the area. We talked about what was happening at the high school and really had a lot of questions about our activities and then about alignment to other schools, alignment to the high school, and where we wanted to move forward. We did find a dichotomy within our board policies as well that we look to and ask questions of. So we asked a lot of questions of our staff, received a lot of information, and really realized what we need to do is further review. But then we also kept coming back to, hey, by the way, it's January, February, March, now it's April. Our 8th graders have how many more days, my friends? 33, not that anybody's counting. So what are we going to do this year? And if we do something, when we make this decision for what we're looking at this year, is this going to be future practice, or do we need to come back and say, this is an area that we need to look at and move forward with? Because we also have to recognize that our 8th graders this year, just a few years ago, and as 7th graders, for some of them, it was really their first time setting foot on campus in a while. And so we have to be fully cognizant of that because they were working through not just that normal transformation into junior high, but a different transformation that we had not seen before. We also took time to engage our families. This is some of the information that we had found. We collected data in a lot of different ways, but really had some really great conversations with our parents. They were coming into these meetings ready for okay, this is how much you're going to pay for this, or this is what we're going to do at the end of the year, and we're going to hold it. And really coming in and being more thoughtful and intentional with the questions and listening to their answers and being able to have conversations about what is it that we want to do in celebrating this transition moving forward. What we found, even within our groups, is that there's a lot of opinions. And that really, not everybody, you can see from those Post-it notes, right? Yeah, we don't agree. So with this, we have this wonderful task, but also this great responsibility to really pull together and summarize, and really knowing that not anybody is going to walk out of this decision with necessarily being super excited, but being able to take into account all of these ideas and be able to move forward in a fair and equitable way.
All right. So after working together to review all of the input and feedback that we received, we created a plan for the end of the year that includes 3 parts that rose to the top as the 3 most important elements from students, staff, and families. And as you can see, part 1 is a ceremony at large venue where all students are invited, except for students with significant behavioral concerns. We aren't going to be doing cap and gowns this year, which we've done gowns in the past, but this year we're going to just have them dress business casual, so look professional in their best outfits. And then we are going to be giving cords and recognition, sashes, things like that for meeting different requirements, academic requirements, and other site specific recognitions.
That highlights some of the differences between an inclusive event with some exclusive pieces of recognition. The second part of our plan is that each school will sponsor and host a dancer party. The details of that will be specific to the eighth graders at each individual school. They may be on campus or off, and the time and dates are determined by the school. It will be an eighth grade specific celebration, and all students will be invited to participate in this part of our celebration.
Part 3 is the optional field trip. For the students at Arianas Junior High, this was the one element they were in agreement with. I did preface it and say, I'm sorry, my friends, no Disneyland or Magic Mountain. You got to think within the county or couple county areas. So looking at this field trip, so students who would be able to go on the field trip would have to meet the criteria that is in the current board policy with the 2.0, the less than or no more than 10 days of suspension or truancy, and no more than 6 U's in conduct. I always get a little confused on that last one. So really due to time and expense. So a few of the areas that we were looking at are some of the local options, things that we've done in the past: Ravine, Mustang water slides, movies, Boomer. So these are definitely enrichment trips. It is providing to be a little bit more challenging than in the past, as in things like Ravine is now closed during the week. So we actually can't go there, but have put together people who are looking to be able to help schedule these field trips.
So with those 3 parts and throughout our discussions, we're left with a couple recommendations moving forward. So throughout this process, we found areas where our own board policies may have competing thoughts, just like the opinions when we seek information from everybody. One example is our board policy 5127 regarding promotion criteria, which we have looked at historical data and has historically excluded 25 to 30% of our students on an annual basis from our previous celebrations. In contrast to newer policies, as that policy was last updated, I believe in 1990, in contrast to some of our newer policies, like policy 0415, where we're addressing the needs of our most marginalized learners, and we must focus on equity and addressing the academic outcomes and performances of all students by reviewing our practices to ensure that students are supported in meeting our high expectations and participation in programs. So our recommendation in this area would be that the board might consider taking a look at the policies that might be in conflict. And one of those areas that might be highlighted in might be through our work in strategic planning. And how is our vision for what our students and our district look like, include how we celebrate and honor our students' transitions from Santa Maria Bonita to high school. In addition to that, I just want to say on behalf of the junior high principals, we'd like to invite you all to join us on June 6th at our end of the year celebrations at Santa Maria and Pioneer Valley High School.
Do you have the times and which?
We included that communication in your board message, but I also attended a meeting today that I really haven't shared with my colleagues yet, that might further adjust some of those times. So
We'll get some information
Yeah.
to you in the board update.
I remember looking at it, but I don't
There
remember
there
it
were
now,
times,
so.
there were times shared, and as we go through this process, ensure we have the pieces in place to execute on our plans, those might be adjusted slightly. But afternoon and evening on the 6th at Pioneer and Santa Maria is probably a good way to mark your calendar, please.
Jimenez, they got junior high, right?
Jimenez is considered an elementary school, and
Oh.
they will be doing a special celebration for their 8th graders on June 5th.
Okay.
I'll get more information again out to the board
That was-
on that as well.
I've been thinking about that after, I read all this.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much for your presentation, and really thank you for engaging all those different folks of interest in their part in giving you food for thought and direction. I think for me, one of the things that Dr. McDuffie and I have talked about, or that I've mentioned to him, is that if we're going to be making this truly transitional, that some involvement on the part of the high schools, I think, would be really important to have as part of that celebration. And that may be a welcome from a VP or preferably a principal as part of whatever site they're on. So if most of the students are going to go from Fessler to or TK to PV, it might be a good idea to have the principal as part of that welcome and transition. I think we're trying to work on articulation and that welcoming and that feeling of belonging on those campuses. I think that would be a good step towards doing that. So that was maybe something from this stakeholder that you could consider.
And
I also really appreciate the intentionality of really connecting with parents and our students, because I know that was a concern, last year that was raised, right? Is some of our students were saying, and parents, hey, why is it that schools, maybe in Orchid, right, had a more traditional celebration, but what's going on with us? So I appreciate that this year we've taken that feedback, right, and taken that to heart. Because arguably part of the reason why we exist as an institution is to get to this big day, right? Something I'm a little bit kind of confused, I could use some clarity on is when I was growing up here, it was 8th grade graduation, right? But more since I've been on the board, I hear the word transition. Is that like a district thing for Bonita? Is that a statewide language? Do y'all know anything about that? I like how y'all are looking at each other like, you answer. No, you answer.
Mrs. Beard and I have had the opportunity to work closely over the last couple of years, and we've talked a lot about the intentionality of our language and the idea that graduation from 8th grade versus graduation from high school. Graduation from 8th grade is not the culmination of the educational career, so we desire for our students that our impact is far beyond our work here and now. And so as we've worked over the last couple of years to really talk about the idea of promotion as an intentional word to the fact that they're promoting from 8th grade to 9th grade. As we think about the conversations, Dr. McDuffie asked me that specific question because we used the word celebration. And what I shared is in our meetings and our feedback, we have a board policy that's specific to promotion. And some of that language does not allow us to legally carry out those restrictions at this time. In particular, that calls for restrictions based upon attendance, which we know are not allowed by current law. And so as we talk to our stakeholders and we talk about what is really the intention of the end of the year celebration, it really goes back to that first question. And you pop that one back up for me.
Should it look like to honor and celebrate?
Yeah. Thank you, Linda. And so when we think about what is the intention of our end of the year celebration with 100% of our students transitioning from Santa Maria Bonita to high school, we wanted to honor and celebrate their successes and support them in their future.
And I just want to add to that. First of all, I want to thank you all for working on this, Melissa Dutra, and coordinating the meetings and you working with your communities in getting this feedback. I'm telling you that this is a part of the change in Santa Maria Bonita, and that is talking with each other and having these types of conversations, as uncomfortable as they may be, as many different opinions that we may have, that it is important for us to have them and to be able to respect each other and the differing opinions. But you spoke about language, and it is so important for us to be bold, be courageous, and be able to understand that in order to change how we think of things, we need to change our language. And some of the things that we do within our strategic plan, we'll be changing our language and what we call things, or what we put voice to. And when we talk about graduation, graduation is a completion of requirements in order to receive some type of diploma or degree. When an 8th grader is going to high school, there's nothing like that. We do not prevent an 8th grader from moving into the high school level because of some type of requirement that they haven't reached, or graduation requirements. That's at the high school level. It is a promotion. It is promoting into a different grade level. And so I just wanted to say that we'll continue to have these conversations, but I think it's just great how you worked with your community, how you got your input from your staff. And I wanted to thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I also appreciate that because I can appreciate the position that, hey, this is like just the beginning. Like I remind my students all the time, right, that high school graduation is called commencement, right? I think of the word comenzar in Spanish, right? And when I ask my students, what does that mean? You know, the majority are like to begin, to start. So that's what high school represents, you know, to remind them, right, that this is not the end all and be all. To remind them that the bar is actually, you know, continuing your education. So if that's the spirit behind the language, totally get that. And then at the same time, I think it's really critical to remember that for many of us, like we're the first in our families to get a junior high school, quote unquote, diploma, if that's what it was called in the past, or to graduate from 8th grade, right? In my family and in similar families that I've seen here, like families come from afar to celebrate like these graduations, right? They don't say, oh, I'm going to go to, you know, this transition, I'm going to go to this ceremony. No, they're saying they're going to 8th grade graduation, right? And in the past, we've had the students even dressed, right, in caps and gowns. We even have that for kindergarten, right? Kinder graduation, which I don't necessarily see as a bad thing, because it's just sort of like, hey, this is like your first step, right, in many graduations to come. So one of my questions is, how did students feel and parents feel about not having caps and gowns?
We have all these.
I mean, part of that's displayed on the student data.
Only gown?
You know, that part of that I want to share was shared in the student voices, in particular for Fessler, when I highlighted the fact that when asked, it was more important that families are part of the ceremony than the type of formality or location of the ceremony for the students at Fessler. So I'll speak to what the students have shared directly with me and what we can share in terms of that. And so, you know, in terms of that and following that, the students I've talked to after that, they're very curious and excited about what it is and how they can dress. but also the fact that on top of that dress, we're helping honor and celebrate academic achievements, specialized programs, as well as our physical fitness awards at all schools. We've shared that at that ceremony, part of that exclusive component is the wearing of cords and sashes to recognize different levels of academic achievement, as well as our AVID, our leadership, and our physical fitness awards. And so I think that you're going to find that in listening to those voices, that we'll be excited and honored through that celebration.
So were students in favor overall of like no gowns, or were they in favor of more, hey, semi formal?
Well, if you go back to that slide, Fessler, for example, you got the biggest figure there was 38% having a particular stance. So that's a significant minority, isn't it? And that's really what we were getting at different stages when we were asked. There were different aspects of the questions. But the question you asked now about how do they feel, the children with whom I've spoken over the last week or so are just relieved that something's going to happen. But our recommendation is that you, the board, revisit this and give us guidance next year so that we're not in this position in April next year. So the ones we got now, they're happy that something's happening. It's all right. Something is better than nothing. Okay. They're not distraught that we're not calling it graduation. They're happy that it's going on and that we're calling it semi-formal. Is that what we said for the dress?
Business casual. I think
Business
you all
casual.
said.
Oh, I said semi-formal. I never said the word semi before. Yeah. Semi-formal is what I actually said.
Sharp dress. Sharp dress.
Yeah. So that's where we are. But we
can I
haven't
add-
surveyed again and said, now, how do you feel about what it is? We've just got that anecdotal evidence.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just to add to that, and Jen, you had mentioned this as well, is this is a continuous I'm sorry, I start to sound like I'm on a DJ on a late so at the end of the night, I'm just really tired, you guys. So I'm really deep voice. Sorry, but I've lost my train of thought now. No. Just the continual process of having these conversations. This is not the end, and I would tell you that this is work together. The board's going to look to me and staff to create a board policy for a recommendation for them to approve, not for them to actually do that. So I'll be definitely looking to all of us to be able to create that based upon the things that are part of our strategic plan, things that, again, getting that input after we have our 8th grade celebrations that we have this year, to be able to say, this is the way we move and this is the way we want to move forward. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Some follow-up is I've seen the cost of graduation attire in our and it's pretty preposterous. So I'm not necessarily tied to gown, no gown, particularly if the student and the parent feedback is, hey, we're okay without a gown. Give us a really cool after school trip, give us a cool dance, let us honor our families. You know, I really want to let them guide our work, right? As opposed to, like you all are saying, just admin presenting what's going to happen to them, which is what many of our families are accustomed to. So that's kind of also where the question is coming from, because I do see those prices and they can be pretty egregious. A question that I have is, did you all have any conversations around culturally affirming sashes? So at the high school level, for example, students are allowed to wear culturally affirming attire. So it could be like a sash that's related to Mexican or Latino identity, African-American culture. Those are referred to, I think, as kente cloth sometimes. Have you all had any conversations around that?
No, not specifically around that. The cords and then the sashes that we have talked about are ones that the school will be presenting, say for AVID. AVID, we're looking at a cord 4.0 sash. So they're really more for the academic awards. But being that the students have the freedom to express themselves through their clothing, that is something that they could wear. It's not something we're going to provide. And I think that is consistent with high school and colleges as well. Is that something that the students would provide with their graduation attire?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a really important piece because, like you all mentioned, our students want to honor their families.
And that's part of what those cords represent, right? It represents our ancestors, the sacrifices of our family. And it's a tradition that if we see happening in our middle schools, it's going to be, you know, a tradition they continue at the high school level. They can actually, I reused my stole, my Latino themed stole that I received when I graduated from undergraduate. And then I took that with me when I graduated in school in Boston. Like it's that significant in terms of its symbolism and its honoring of the students. So I'm really glad to hear that you all are having those conversations, because I noticed students do some fun stuff, right? Some of them have those necklaces with dollar bills, right? And, you know, these ceremonies are meant to be fun, you know? I do see how some camps can differ. They're like, they want to keep it very stoic, very formal, very, you know, but I'm not necessarily a part of that way of thinking. I think we should be creative and have it's a party, it's a celebration. So let's do that within reason. Of course, I love the semi-formal, you know, business casual idea. I think that's awesome. Thank you all.
Real quick.
Mr. Lara.
I just want to say bottom line, I'm glad it's happening. It's, you know, how it goes and the way it's going, I think it's going to be great. Parents are going to be happy, kids are going to be happy, and it's a joyous day. I mean, I think it's going to turn out be really nice. So good work, you guys.
And just one last thing, if for presentation like this, a little audio to go with it, like Cool and the Gang Celebrate, something like that.
Esther sing.
Come on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ways for the walkout.
Please consider alternate. One thing that I noticed at first, it was at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, the graduation ceremonies. Is that correct? Or have they always been at different times?
So
So
our timing is going to be based upon availability of venues and access to those venues. And so while we may have some input, we are super grateful to our high school district for making our Santa Maria High School and PV available to us. And so we do have to understand that we can make requests, but some of those details are not always within our control.
Yeah, but they won't be at the happening simultaneously, correct?
They might.
They likely will. So what has happened is there'll be 2 and 2, and so will be a split board. So for example, Mr. Palmerston will be at PV at the same time that Ms. Beard is at Santa Maria, and likewise for the other 2 schools. So we split the board, and it is pretty much availability for the campuses. It's very difficult to get them.
Gotcha. Because I could see that being a concern, right? Hey, I have a nephew that's graduating right from Fessler, and then I have a niece that's graduating from El Camino. If they're happening simultaneously, they can't be two ceremonies at once, right?
Yep.
So that's why I'm raising that as a concern. I would hate for that to be the case. So if we can work something like that out, that would be wonderful. If it's not within, you know, the schedule, then that's understandable as well.
We're fortunate enough to have the 2 venues that we have after great effort. And so we'll just continue to be grateful for that, and grateful for the fact that we'll be able to honor and celebrate our students together in our ceremony. So we appreciate the feedback and the questions, and really appreciate your guys' excitement for this and attendance. So we'll see you, if not before, on June 6th. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, board will acknowledge receipt of the 2022-23 8th grade celebration ceremonies. Update from our junior high principals. Thank you, guys. 12C, first reading of job description, Director of Human Resources. DTB Bland.
Well, certainly not
Doctor to be.
Certainly not as exciting as promotion and graduation ceremonies and all that. Nothing like HR. Well, as a result of the recommendation from the school services report, I bring to you for a first read the job description for the Director of Human Resources position. Under the direction of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, the director is responsible for coordinating and facilitating comprehensive employee development programs for all certificated employees, including recruitment, selection processes, employee orientation, employee counseling, records management, labor contract support, and employee status transactions. Provide district-wide leadership in crisis management and professional development, communication with colleagues and colleges and universities, and ensuring compliance with federal, state, and district law, regulations, policies, and procedures. And then you will see the rest of the job description in there for you.
My favorite is always performs other duties as assigned.
That was my favorite when I was the director too.
Something that I would recommend as an amendment is in the component that says education and experience. The language reads multilingual ability is desirable. Instead of desirable, I would recommend preferred. That's language that's more consistent with what we put in other job descriptions. So multilingual ability is preferred or preferable.
Thank you. Got it.
Yeah, I'm not, this is a first read and this is quite a list of duties and responsibilities, but in light of what the discussion was around making our lens and outreach bigger and perhaps thinking differently about recruitment, I think maybe we can or you can brainstorm with folks in your department about how that might look as far as the outreach for diverse groups of candidates might look and who that might include.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion, John. Or Mr. Hollinshead.
No typos? No typos? There aren't any typos that you found? Okay. You missed one last meeting. I lost a bet with Dr. McDuffie.
Honored by high school honors English teachers school for allowing me to develop that ability to see the mistakes because she was so critical and marked any little thing on your paper that it made me paranoid.
Yeah, it's one of those red pen people.
No mistakes, only happy accidents.
Yeah. All right, so the board will acknowledge just the discussion of the first reading of the job description, Director of Human Resources as presented.
Thank you.
You got your first one out of the way.
Thank you.
1B, I mean.
Thank you.
All right. Upcoming, I believe it's time for upcoming. No, we don't have any, do we? There are no upcoming calendar. We usually have upcoming calendar of events, but that's okay. I know we've got a May 10th board meeting.
Yes.
And a May 20 special board meeting and a May 24th board meeting upcoming. New business. You have any thoughts, Mr. Lara?
No.
None at the moment.
Okay, so and I really had one that there's been some, I believe, consensus on the board and discussion in the past few months regarding health and our instruction and programs relating to health and drug awareness. Formerly, what we've done in the past is DARE and also some of those programs surrounding that. And again, I was at the high school board meeting at the end of last year when they talked about dropping health at the high school level. as a result of adding certain requirements. So there has been a request, I know by Mr. Valencia and myself to see what programs we have in that realm. Specifically what might have replaced or would replace DARE and be our program in that neck of the woods, also considering the recent uptick in drug-related occurrences at the sites. So if we could get that, or think about getting that on one of the upcoming board agendas, and then the correlation between that and our health offerings.
Definitely, we can talk about that and discuss how it can be presented to the board.
Okay, thank you. Board Superintendent reports, Mr. Lara.
Yeah, I went to Adams Math Night. And that was fun. Miss Ybarra, Miss Limon, and the whole school staff, great job. Parents' participation was awesome. I mean, it was great. I stayed for, we're giving out the gifts, the prizes, seeing the kids smiling and all the engagement. And I even learned to play a game called Garbage. I lost, but I learned. It was fun. I had a little boy teach me, and I was in there watching. And but you know, it was great. The parents' participation. It was a full house, and it was a great night to spend. That's all I've got.
Let's see. Happy Administrative Day next week on the 25th to all the administrators.
All right.
I've been part of that group. I don't think we use secretaries anymore. But administrative assistants. I've been part of that group, so. Happy Day of the Child on April 30th. That's in Day of the Child. And then what did I do? I was part of the strategic planning committee 3 weeks ago. And that was an amazing experience. Thank you very much for inviting me. We had administrators there, parents, and principals, and teachers. And so we were able to brainstorm and communicate, and it was an amazing 3 days. I really enjoyed it. And that's it. That's all I have. Short and sweet.
I would concur. The strategic planning days were very well spent. It was productive, engaging, productive, and really resulted in some very thoughtful product. I hope everyone had an opportunity to enjoy any time off that they may have had, and that we're ready for the home stretch. Thank you to everyone who has hung in here tonight. It's way past my bedtime.
I wanted to give a special recognition to the folks that work at Sanchez Elementary. If y'all are familiar, if you might recall, there was some media coverage around the mural that was recently created at that school site. And one of the things that I really appreciated seeing was how intentional they were in making it culturally relevant to the students, right? So in addition to incorporating feedback from the students around, they wanted to incorporate their mascot, but they also included Oaxaqueño motifs within the mural. So the mural artist asked the students, hey, what types of things do you want to see? What would be meaningful to you? And so part of its color, part of its beauty, part of its like significance is the fact that it's tied to the identity of many of our students. And I think that's really critical piece, because our student, that's going to have a large visibility within the campus. And it'll just be a reminder to our students, right, to be proud of their school, proud of their culture. Those two in alignment, help our students excel academically. And one of the things that I would recommend is that not just Sanchez have this opportunity, but I would want every single one of our schools to have the opportunity to collaborate with a muralist. It doesn't have to be the same one per se, but that each school site have the opportunity to create something that's beautiful and that's wonderful. I know it in the community, it created a really big buzz
mural arts are a big part of our culture. And so especially in Latino culture. So I think it was really, really awesome to see our media cover that, our staff involved with that, and our students, the students themselves were a part of creating that mural. It wasn't just an artist coming in and doing all the work. It's also, April's also, I mean, there's many different things that April commemorates, but one is also Financial Literacy Month. And something that I brought up to last year around April is I'm curious to know what we incorporate in our schools regarding financial literacy. I know many as adults, we can benefit from this information. I know I sure would have benefited from learning the basics of what's interest, mortgages, credit card usage. There's major credit card debt, right, in our country. And so, how can we be more intelligent, consumers when it comes to these products? So I'd be curious to see how is it, maybe some of our math teachers are already doing that. Maybe some of our social science folks are. I'll give you a quick example of how I try to incorporate it. So in my Chicano Latino studies class, we talk about the racial wealth gap, right? The inequality that exists also between women and how much women are paid compared to men. So I bring in students from UCLA through Zoom, and they actually do financial literacy to the students. They teach them the basics of investing, of how to start your own business, entrepreneurship. So that's one of the ways that I try to incorporate, these concepts into my classroom. So I'm curious to see what, if anything, is happening in our district. And what could we possibly do to help our staff be better equipped so that if they want to learn these skills and pass those on to our young people, I would love to see something like that. Thank you.
All right. So seeing as it's that we've got the Day of the Teacher coming up, I wanted to recognize Diana Lamb and Lisa Garber, Karen Mackley, and Liz Wilson, who are retiring. Liz Wilson's, we've known her for a long time. She has been at Tunnel most recently, I believe, and maybe always. And her daughter, I've known her daughter and my daughter played volleyball together, but and certainly Karen Mackley, who was highly qualified in both history and English, was really somebody who made a difference in my kid's life. So the other thing I wanted to mention about that is I did find out from a friend who one of the teachers of the year was on one campus, but maybe we can find out who those teachers are on the different campuses when that happens. But I wanted to congratulate Mike Pope, as he was the teacher of the year on the El Camino campus, according to my good friend Joel Kringle. So congratulations to Mike Pope. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Banton. Yeah, I went to Sanchez really to see the mural and really kind of fell with, as my mother-in-law says, my butt in the butter, because I got to not only see that process going on with Michelle Rodriguez, the artist, but also get to go in with their student leadership team and hear them brainstorming about different things that were going on in their campus and tell me about their different kindness initiatives and the different things they'd done. And they were talking about their year-end celebrations. And that was really, really enjoyable. And it's a big group. They had their counselor in there with them and the VP, and very inviting, very well spoken. And it took like maybe half a second before they all started chiming in and telling me things. And that was a wonderful process. As far as the mural goes, it's actually Influential Walls is the group that was contracted to do this. And one of the young gentlemen who's part of Influential Walls was there, and he took kids from 5th and 6th grade while I was there into the library and talked to them about creating a mural and how they would do that. And that, kind of interacted with them on kind of Q&A there and prepping them for what they were going to do when they went outside. And so then they went outside and got to ask Michelle questions about what she was doing, and she got to let them spray a little bit and try to work on their technique. And she does things a little bit, well, quite differently than most spray artists, in that she only uses a single universal tip, just like you would find on a spray paint can. And she created, if you haven't seen it yet, it's a miraculous piece of work. And she's very well known I've got her here on my Instagram right now. Oops. But I brought this up, so if anybody wants to come look at it afterwards, they can. She goes by Mr. B Baby on Instagram, and Influential Walls is also somebody to follow. And you'll see her on Influential Walls if you follow Instagram. You'll see Michelle creating the wall at Sanchez over the course of the 3 days that she did it, and it's a really fun, quick reel to look at. So I really appreciated Dr. Elliott for inviting me and including me in that process. I wanted to thank Ms. Grock for the really all the different sports that have been on campuses this year, and really getting those programs up and going, and certainly the folks on the campuses that have been doing those. And interacting with our kids as coaches or in whatever capacity. I spoke with one of the city council members in Guadalupe recently, and he's intimately involved at Mackenzie Junior High and starting a wrestling program there. And there's wrestling up and down the coast here, up into Paso. They're at Flamson Middle School, and then Atascadero, and some of the other middle schools in San Luis County have it. And so I would like to encourage us to look into the feasibility of including wrestling as one of the sports we offer to our boys and girls at the junior high school level. It's my experience with my son's involvement was that it's a very positive environment, and something that can be another venue for kids to participate in and gain that some of the things our kids were talking about tonight as far as socialization and really an empowerment. And I'm sure he and the coaches at Mackenzie would be more than happy to provide any information they have in that regard. That's what I got.
All right. Thank you, President Hollinshead and board members. I am really tired, but I'm going to go through this because I think it's important. First of all, in talking about the murals and the mural at Sanchez, I did talk with our principals and told them to get in touch with Sanchez if they weren't interested in doing something like that. But one of the things that I talked with all the principals about, as we talked about reflecting and evaluating this year, just growth, is the whole idea of their campus being reflective of the community in which they serve. And so I really appreciated that through that mural. And I will tell you that there are principals doing some really wonderful things in reflecting their community in different ways outside of murals. So I want to make sure to be able to give them the agency to look at that and to really work within their community, to whether it's a mural or whether it's something that we haven't even thought of, to be able to do that within the confines of, or within the language that we've been talking about. And that is, how does your campus reflect the community in which you serve? And so thank you for that. Thank you for noticing that in regards to what's going on in Sanchez. But I will tell you that that is going on in different ways around campus. And as you visit, talk to you, the principals, about that as well. At the end of March, the strategic planning team met for 3 days of incredible discussion and work to create a draft of our district's beliefs, mission, objectives, strategies, and parameters. I'm excited about the work that was done and the ideas and aspirations that will guide the district moving forward. All the things that we've been talking about, even our board, our board meetings will begin to change, because our operations will really drive what our strategic intent is, what those possibilities that we have within our mission statement. Everything we do will be based upon what our strategic intent is. So I'm excited. I'm sorry, I'm going off script. Before we finalize the plan, I'll be sharing the inspirational time we had together with parent community groups and teachers, administrators. Our students also, our students also provided a keen insight in this meeting that we had and added their voice to the creation of our strategic plan. So we just had a great time. I hope that everyone had a restful and energizing spring break with family and friends. This break also gave an opportunity for our maintenance and operations crews to deep clean and perform regular maintenance on our school campuses as well. So, and talking about Day of the Teacher and Classified Week coming up in May, we'll continue to talk about the great work that our staff is doing in our schools each and every day. So I want to thank our staff at M&O for keeping our campuses clean for our students' return. This Friday, is that tomorrow? Okay. Almost. It's almost Friday. But yeah, and another. Sorry, this Friday is Career Day at Allen Hancock for our 8th grade students. They will have an opportunity to visit booths and exhibits to learn more about more than 100 careers so they can set goals now for their future education and training. Our partnership with Allen Hancock is a strong one that benefits our students. The Career Fair is just one example of the support we've received that will help our students discover who they are and their passion and purpose through meaningful educational opportunities. Passion and purpose, I love it. On Saturday at El Camino Junior High School, there he is. Hundreds of our migrant families will gather for our annual Migrant Parent Conference. SMBSD is partnering with the Migrant Education Regions from San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. The event begins at 9 a.m. and goes until about noon. Family counselor and nationally recognized speaker Tony Orozco will speak to the family members about positive discipline. The attendees will also be given information on how to access resources to support their families and their students' education. Dozens of community groups and agencies will provide outreach at the conference. It is expected to be well attended. And I don't know if that's been in your board update. We'll definitely put it up in your board update again. So, great. Finally, many of our you
don't have to sound so happy.
I know. Finally, many of our students today discussed the Museum of Tolerance and their participation in the student leadership team. I want to thank the young lady who talked about me and my presentation to her and how that inspired her to really spread that. Almost cried when she was up there because as a child, I thought about that speech or sermon that I'd done for Martin Luther King, and I said, you know what, I'm going to do this as many times and in many ways that I can to impact as many people as I can. And I was about 12 or 13 when I did that, and so I really appreciate those comments. I'd like to mention a couple of our drafts of our beliefs that speaks to what we're all about here at Santa Maria Bonita. Service is an act of love. I've talked to so many people this week about what's going on in our world. The lack of tolerance that people have for the differences that make us so unique and special. Someone said to me that, you know, there's just so much hate out there. And I couldn't deny that. But I think about a quote that Martin Luther King Jr. Said. He stated, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can. And hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." And when I think about our belief or draft beliefs and the fact that service is an act of love, that the work that we do, we have to make sure that we are serving our students with that and really believing that. So we will continue to love. Another belief came out of our time together. We believe that a unified community inspires hope and faith. And if this diverse community can remain unified, we will inspire many to do the same. So that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for those thoughts. We're going to reconvene in closed session so you guys can leave and we get to not. No, you don't have to wait. Well, you don't have to wait for the report out, except for